And we are back. Uh, do, do, do. It's a Sunday morning. It's time for Factorio. All right. Last time on Factorio, we got this. Production science packs are now able to be produced. That means we got Logistics 3 and Automation 3, which I think we got Automation 3. Yes. Anyway, Logistics 3 gives us express transport belts and their other types of transport belts, and so we set up production of that stuff. So now we actually have some transport belts. We are very gear limited because things like one pair of express underground belts requires 80 gears. That is a lot of gears. So I don't plan to set up a lot of new or production of new items today. There'll probably be some, but my first priorities today is to set up the start of high throughput iron production, and I would like to have high throughput advanced circuit production. So let's start. So we're going to expand iron production and use that iron to expand gear production. So let's start by collecting furnaces and drills. And then we'll go collect the express transport belts. Okay, we're going to use all of these. And I already have like 68 drills. Let's just... Okay, this is enough to get ourselves in trouble, so... The other thing is that since we now have transport or express transport belts, I can replace these like vanilla transport belts on my quick bar, because I don't plan to ever use those again. Let's just go ahead and like feed all these transport belts in here. Let's just remove these. I can do the same thing over here. Oh, right. And here. All right, we're gonna grab all that. I don't need a huge number of splitters, but okay. So our inventory is pretty full, but we're gonna use a lot of it, so. And just arrange things like that. This looks good. Okay. Let's also just make sure that we have plenty of power poles. What's next on the menu? Do I need any of this stuff up here? Not at the moment. Which means we can go for speed modules. Yeah, we would definitely want speed module 3 eventually. Durga's curled up in a way that might eventually interfere with the keyboard, but we're just gonna cross our fingers and hope that doesn't happen. Actually, am I making those? Yeah, okay, so the science pack that I don't have yet is utility science pack. I might get to this today, I might not. We'll just see how it goes. Okay, let's just assume I'll be using a lot of power lines. Okay. I think that's probably a good amount for now. I may need more later, but... All right, a decent amount of the science facility is actually working. That's good. All right, so while we're going over here, let's do some math. So an express transport belt can transport 45 items per second. And an electric furnace has crafting speed of 2, and it takes 3.2 seconds to um, convert one iron ore to iron plate. Durga keeps rearranging herself in progressively more dangerous positions. I think I might try to see if I can convince her to just sit on my lap instead of trying to sit on the keyboard. Because Factorio is not compatible with cat on keyboard. I'm gonna like throw this coal that I'm carrying in here. Okay. Anyway, where was I? Math. So if we have a crafting speed of 2, we say that then electric furnaces take 1.6 seconds to process one iron ore. If we're carrying in 45 per second, so 45 divided by 1.6. I'm just gonna use a calculator for this. Well, I don't know, that's the coward's route. Actually, what I'm going to do is just start building electric furnaces and try to divide 1.6 into 45. I also have, let's see, do I need to care about those rocks? I don't know if I need to care about these rocks, but I'm going to do this anyway. Well, okay, here's the thing. 45 divided by 6 is like, actually, is that even going to be a profitable way of doing that? No, I don't think so. Well, okay. Wait, 45 divided by 1.6 is the same as 1.6 is 8 over 5, and 45 times 5 is so multiplying by or dividing by 1.6 is the same as multiplying times 5 then dividing by 8. Is that actually an easier thing to do? I don't know. But in any case, 45 times 5 is 90, 180, 225, and 225 divided by 8 is like, well, 200 divided by 8 is, it's like 224 divided by 8, and 224 divided by 8 is 28. That doesn't sound right. Okay, I'm just going to check my work now. So I'm arriving at like 45 divided by 1.6 is about 28, but that doesn't sound correct. No, it is. Okay. I'm wondering if maybe they changed some of these numbers in the most recent patch, but that doesn't seem very likely. Anyway, the point being that I'm trying to calculate the maximum capacity of one belt carrying in one express belt of iron ore, and how many electric furnaces that can service. I'm going to try this out operationally, and I might be wrong, but I'm willing to be wrong. Because previously, my usual rule of thumb was like about a row of electric furnaces about 30 long, so a total of 60 electric furnaces could be serviced by one express belt full of iron ore. I'm going to start out by building that many, and then we'll just see how well it goes. This part will be pretty tedious. I will hopefully I will have automated robots to do the next one, because there will be a next one. That's 12, right? Yep. 14. 16, that's not a real rock. 18. 20. 22. 24. 26. 28. 30. Okay. Man, because 45 divided by 1.6 is, oh, should I be multiplying 45 by 1.6? Because 45 times 1.6 probably is very close to 60. It's like a little over 60. And that would, yeah, I'm probably supposed to be doing 45 times 1.6, not divided by 1.6. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. I could connect this up. I mean, I can do this, but I think I also want to bring down, oh, I have a big power pole connection like that. Okay, that's not terrible. Okay. Now we play, oh, did I? Okay, I did bring enough fast inserters for this one. I'll have to get more fast inserters if I need to build another one, but everything's fine. Yeah, because, okay, so let's try to prove that I'm supposed to multiply by 1.6 instead of divide. So the unit on 1.6 is seconds per ore. And I need to, so whereas there's the units on 45 is ore per second. So, is seconds per ore furnace. That's what it is. Yes. Yes. So I enjoy unit conversion, but doing it vocally is hard to describe. So, but an express belt carries 45 items per second. So the denominator is seconds and items are in the numerator. Whereas an electric furnace the measurement is 1.6 seconds per ore, but you can also express that as, but if you want to get an answer that has number of furnaces in the numerator, then you say 1 seconds per ore per furnace. So that's ore in the numerator and seconds and furnace in the denominator. So in order to get furnaces in the numerator, then you can just flip that over and just say like seconds furnaces over 1.6 seconds, which is a very weird way of saying 1.6 seconds for a furnace. You know, one ore in one furnace takes 1.6 seconds. Anyway, so then to cancel out the seconds and ore, you just multiply by 45 ore over again, so then that was like 1 over 1.6. Am I doing? No. Yeah, anyway, it's 1.6 times 45, which is about 60. It's actually about 64, but I don't feel like making this 32. Actually, sure, let's make it 32. I feel like 32, it's 2 to the 5th power. Whoop. Oh. I'm out of fast inserters. I can make a few more inserters. Okay, Durga, the time has come for you to move. Very sleepy cat. Nope, nope, she didn't want to sit on my lap. Come here, cat. Nope. Okay. Anyway, yes, at that point, Durga was like, one of her legs was like almost right over the WASD keys on the keyboard, which does not work. Okay, so one of the things we want is a splitter somewhere roughly in the middle, which it's not super important where to put some of the products on the inner sides of the belts. And then another one to do basically the same thing here. And then one nice thing about express belts is that the underground belts reach very far. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is run this express belt over to the factory. At some later point, I will probably be replacing the old iron facilities with electric furnace facilities and express belts. I might do that off camera. Like replacing fast belts with express belts is sometimes necessary but never interesting. And let's think about where I want the... Okay, so if this goes up just to the right of the iron, that'll work. So it'll look something like that. Actually, one thing I'm going to do is use this one, which looks a little silly, but the main reason for doing that is in case I need to use the other one, I can do that. Okay, so the order of operations here is I'm going to take this belt up and feed it into, and I think what I'm going to actually do is, and where do I want to turn the corner? Let's turn the corner above all the other ones. This is, it's pretty easy for all these iron belts to get a little bit tangled up, and at some point I might deal with this in a different way, but that's a good thing to do off camera, basically. Because I want to say that, yeah, there's a lot of space to the right of all the iron belts, which was kind of deliberate, because I knew that there would be multiple iron belts. Because you use a lot of iron, so you need multiple belts supplying it. Okay. Let's go ahead and do worker robot size. I'm going to replace that splitter with a fast splitter and put another fast splitter there. And I'm just going to replace these fast belts with express belts. And then I'm going to replace these with stack inserters, which will allow the assemblers to go a little bit faster. And while I'm over here, I'm going to grab more fast inserters, and we might as well just double gear production now. This is perhaps not totally necessary, but that's okay. It's rarely bad to have excess capacity. And let's just go ahead and, before I even bring the feed in, I'm gonna, I'm gonna replace at least the first couple stages of the gear output with fast belts just to accommodate the extra capacity. This could also be accomplished with level 3 assemblers, but the benefit of level 3 assemblers is greatest when you have a long assembly time, and gears just don't have a long assembly time. It's half a second, so. Okay. Let's just do this. Wait. That's not what I meant to do at all. What I meant to do was break this one and let that drain off, which won't take very long. There we go. Okay, so we probably want another splitter like here. All right, so this is pretty good. We don't have maximized iron input here, but this will probably help a lot. Because now if we look at gear production and consumption, so gear consumption will suffer. Good morning, Astazah. You've missed about 20-something minutes, but mostly you missed probably the most boring part, which was me building a very large iron production facility, which actually isn't finished. Let's grab some more fast inserters and go finish that particular project. And while that's going on, I'll summarize what's been happening. And let's just, yeah, I'll eventually be using a lot of stack inserters. So Isn't there an upgrade thingy where you can just select an area to upgrade? Well, maybe. Eventually, once you have robotic construction, you can just like tell your robots to do things. I'll have that eventually, but I don't have it yet. Thanks for joining here, Cyberbenny. Let's see. So I've built an iron production facility, but I haven't given it any ore to use yet. So let's do that. So there's a lot of water here in the way. I think what I'm going to do is, I have some landfill. This might be a little bit tedious, but I'm going to build landfill across here. So our current immediate task is to get iron ore from the big iron patch and feed it into our iron facility. Although actually this is 2.9 million, huh? It might actually make sense to just use this one. Yeah, sure. This won't be too bad. So this means flipping this around so it's pointing the opposite direction. Whoop. You also missed some good and bad math where I convinced myself that one express belt filled with ore can service 64 electric furnaces, and not a lot more than that, but it can definitely do 64. So, all right. Are these worker robot speed? I don't have the utility science packs yet. Let's do, yeah, sure, lab research speed. So my objectives today are to use the express belts that I set up construction for yesterday, and do what I'm doing right now, which is expanding iron production, and then probably expanding circuit production and advanced circuit production, because I believe a lot of our production is limited by the amount of advanced circuits we can produce. So I did a couple of things off camera. Since we're transitioning over to using electric furnaces instead of coal burning furnaces, I'm a little concerned that we might run out of electricity generation. So I expanded our coal boiler electric facility from 180 steam engines to 252, I think. Yes, 252 steam engines. So now we have capacity of about 225 megawatts. So that, again, the objective there is just to have that hold until we have a nuclear power facility. Yeah, okay. Let's assume this is going to look like this. So I don't think this many drills is going to actually saturate those 64 electric furnaces. So I might need to mine out some other iron patches, but there is actually one pretty close to the electric furnaces that I just built, so I can do that one and then maybe a couple others. Because like 2.9 million iron, well, let's for reference, yeah, we've been going more than 10 hours. Over the entire lifetime of this game, I have consumed 866,000 iron ore. So 2.9 million is a lot, but I just can't extract it unless I could like pack these drills in tighter, but I don't really want to do that. I kind of prefer to be able to walk in between the drills. because like you can't walk between adjacent drills that are like right next to each other. So I don't like that very much. So I prefer to space out my drills a little bit. There we go. Okay. How do I want to do this? Let's have that, and then I'm going to have this one just come down like this. Okay, actually, no, this is fine. I should probably look into what Cyberbang suggested. It's possible that there is some part of the interface that I'm just not aware of that lets you just like highlight large patches of belts or other things and just say upgrade them to the next one. This actually needs to turn the corner relatively far up. I think lining up transport belts of any type is probably actually one of my least favorite activities in Factorio. I feel like it should be easier, but and again, there might be some sort of easier way to do this, but okay. If I'm off by 1 or 2, that's fine, because there's going to be some splitters here anyway. But I just didn't want to be off by like 5. Okie dokie. Now these things just need power. Fortunately, I can just grab power from right over there. Let's see, that's good. Actually, let's just go ahead and do this. Okay. All right, so that'll supply a lot of iron, but not enough to saturate the facility. So it will be pretty easy to just mine out this patch here and then the little one that's like over there. And that'll get us close. I don't know if I care enough to do any more than that. It's kind of hard to estimate like how many drills it takes to saturate a furnace facility, because like over the course of the game that number changes because you research mining efficiency, like passive bonuses, and so the efficiency of one drill increases over the life of the game. I should be able to just, okay. I'm going to just do this. That should work. And again, we need electricity. Okay. Inevitably, in the process of doing this, you end up like carrying some amount of iron ore, which is a little bit annoying, but I can just dump it into one of these furnaces at some point like this. So you can kind of see, at night it's easier to tell like how many furnaces are online just because they light up. So right now we're at like half capacity, which is not bad. Like it'll be okay, but it is an incentive to get to work on researching the mining upgrades. That's fine. So one thing I could do here, and I think in fact I will, is just have this dump directly into the, I could have this feed all back up to here, which um, part of me kind of wants to do, but I think I can just do it like this. So if we go about here and go there, and then just do this. Let's do, this doesn't need to be too cute. There we go. Okay, so at some later time, I might worry about dumping more ore in here, which would mean like setting up a mine for this patch and like filtering out this patch. One of the problems with this one is that like, okay, first of all, it's only 102,000. Second of all, it's surrounded, or no, it's 704,000. So actually this is a decent amount, but it's surrounded by copper ore, which means I would have to like filter out the copper ore because anyway, because a drill that's sitting on top of two different types of ore will mine them both, which is not necessarily what you want. Okay, so this facility is running at like 70 or 80 something percent capacity, which is pretty respectable. Okay, so now we should have plenty of iron being produced. We look at the last 10 minutes. Yeah, we're making a lot. Yeah, we're like way over consumption. That's even with gear production already increased. So and if we look, I used up almost all of my express transport belts. So one thing that I kind of need to do right now is go pick up more of those. And let's just check out gear production while we're here. Okay, so consumption is in line with production, which means that there's no backlog, which is not news. When you first get the ability to build express belts, there's this silly thing that happens because express belts use a lot of gears. And so you use the express belts to increase gear production, and most of that increased gear production just goes into the production of more belts. But eventually, once you are doing things besides just using tons of express belts, yeah, like this has been sitting here for like almost 40 minutes since I last emptied out the express belt thing and hasn't even filled it up yet, because there just aren't enough belts coming through here. Okay, let's grab about that many splitters. Okay, and I have tons of fast inserters and a decent number of stack inserters, so, and also a healthy amount of long-handled inserters. So, I'm thinking about what to do next. And so the next thing I want to do is increase advanced circuit production, because I'm guessing we're still pretty limited on that. Yeah, so we are making advanced circuits as fast as we can, and somehow using them faster than we're producing them. So there was a backlog. It was probably produced by the gear shortage, but now that the gear shortage is starting to be alleviated, we're like you can look here, like here this is an advanced circuit belt and it's barely carrying any at all, and it actually is being used. If we just follow this down, yeah, so the productivity modules, the top of this belt is supposed to have advanced circuits on it, but like, so our productivity module production is way under capacity. Okay. All right. Okay, we were going to prioritize mining productivity, but we can't do that yet because we don't have utility science packs. That's quite a tragedy. So now we're kind of stuck researching things that we need but are not high priorities. I can start researching Covarex enrichment. That'll take forever. Let's just do that last. So Covarex enrichment is this kind of almost fictional process that you can use to make more, to increase your yield of uranium-235. I may or may not even need it. It's kind of mostly necessary if you don't have a lot of uranium ore, but this is a ton of uranium ore, so. Mastazon notes, producing productivity is not easy work. He is correct. So the question here is the order of operations. I would like to increase advanced circuit production. It would help to, along the way, instead of making the advanced circuits in assembler 2, making it in assembly machine 3, because we have just a higher crafting speed between these two things, 0.75 versus 1.25. However, assembly machine 3 requires 4 speed modules for 1. Speed modules require advanced circuits. So it's going to be a lot easier to improve advanced circuit production first, and then build speed modules, and then later go through and replace all the assembly machines with assembly machine 3. So, oh, my inventory is actually full. Let's try to fix that. I mean, I have lots of assembly machines now, so. So along the way to boosting advanced circuit production, I'm probably going to need to increase normal circuit production, and that's probably going to imply an increase in copper production. So it's probably going to involve going down the entire line. And well, I'm going to free up some inventory space by just throwing these rocks into these furnaces here. Okay. I think I have enough belts, and I have enough furnaces to increase copper production and a lot of assembly machines. So I think I have enough to start this process. How's copper production doing now, anyway? It's very stable. That chart was not terribly expository. Yeah. One thing about like iron and copper, a lot of the time, the production and consumption are very closely aligned, because if you're producing enough of it, you're probably producing a big backlog of it. And here we can see that this is the primary copper belt, and there is in fact a big backlog. It probably goes all the way back to the smelting area. Yeah, okay. Anyway, so here's the plan. I'm going to walk back to the advanced circuit production facility and build another one. This one will be built using express belts. Eventually I might replace this one with express belts, but I don't need. I know I'm going to need a lot of advanced circuits, so I'm just going to build an exact copy of this with express belts, which won't actually go any faster, but it will double production. And eventually, once I replace these assembly machines with assembly machine 3, that will probably increase production to the point where I want express belts. So let's get started on that. In fact, actually, if I want to just duplicate this entirely, is now a good time for robots? Having robots do this might make sense. What do I need for robots? I need some advanced circuits. How do I make flying robot frames? Why are they not here? Oh, they're probably over here. Oh, I need batteries and electric engines. Oh boy. Because making batteries would not be that hard. Because it just requires, like, sulfuric acid, which... Is it finally time to invest in robots? Actually, I shouldn't do that. I'm very inventory limited. Well, making sulfuric acid in batteries would be more interesting than just repeating this. So, I mean, I guess one difference is that, again, I was prattling on. I mean, the thing is that, like, it's actually pretty easy to replace. Yeah, Mastazaw's on board with robots. So let's do robots instead of all that other stuff I was talking about doing. Cyber Benny says you could also extend this line. I could, you're right. But I want to do robots. Robots are more fun, even if it takes a little bit of time to get there. So first thing we're going to need to do is be able to produce flying robot frames, which requires batteries. Batteries require sulfuric acid requires sulfur. Sulfur requires things we're already producing, so. Let's see, where should sulfuric acid production be? I did leave some space up here, but that's not great. I think I'm just going to extend the petroleum gas line up north. Oh boy. That's a little weird. Okay, so I've managed to make this is a small vice. I will tolerate it, but it's not great. Don't try this at home, kids. Okay. I'm gonna say I'm gonna need this approximately here. Alright, so first we need to be able to make sulfur, which this is chemically speaking, this doesn't make a lot of sense. Petroleum gas, I don't think, is actually very high in sulfur. I feel like if you wanted to make sulfur, what you should do is like extract it from crude oil or heavy oil or something like that. But whatever. Okay, so we're gonna need some number of chemical plants. Like, actually, let's take this down to a place I'm reasonably satisfied with. I could add express belts to that line that wouldn't actually increase production, which you probably already know that. So hence the whatever that, hence the kappa. Yeah, because like if you saw like the fast belts were saturated with materials, so adding express belts to that line now wouldn't do much. But again, I think you probably understand that. Also, blue underground belts. Yeah, okay, you're definitely joking. Okay, so this wants... Yeah, this is all fine. Okay. Oh, right, yes. Yeah, you can do, you can do this. Like, this is allowed. I don't like doing it just because it makes it very hard to look at the lines and see what's actually happening. But again, it is allowed. So sulfur production doesn't merit express belts. Like, oh wait, is this not? Yes, okay. Sulfur production is never really high enough to justify express belts. I might regret that later, but I don't think so. Okay. And pretty much the only thing you use sulfur for is making sulfuric acid. So it all is gonna go into actually let's bring this out a little further. And then sulfuric acid requires iron plate and sulfur and water. So so that is just two solid items and then water. So let's just do it like this. And then we can have these like so. Nope. And this is, again, probably overkill for sulfuric acid production. Nope, don't do that. No, actually click the thing. There we go. I don't know what was going on there. Okay. In the intermediate term, probably I'm going to finish all the research that requires production science packs, and then, like, it's possible that this will take so long that that advanced circuit consumption might fall off just because I have nothing else to do with it. Hard Dorothy is here. Having never seen this before, is this meant to be an analog of electric circuits? No pun intended. I don't. Is it an analog of electric circuits? That's a difficult question. I'm going to say not really. Like, it definitely is centered around the concept of inputs and outputs, and there are some, like, direct electric circuit things that you can make, like, logic gates out of. Hard Dorothy, since you're here, I'll just walk down. I have to bring up the water line anyway, so I have to go down here. There is, like, electric distribution, and then over here, they're really small, but I can zoom way in. These red wires are electric logic circuits. These things over there on the right are called decider combinators, which don't make that name is not very explanatory. But these things like read levels of fluids inside these fluid tanks, and when the levels are at various things, these the red circuits switch on pumps that turn the orange liquid into yellow liquid over here, and then turn the yellow liquid into the the icon for petroleum gas is this black and white thing, which strictly speaking, that picture represents, like, ethylene, which is not a major component in petroleum gas. Like, it more generically, it just represents, like, hydrocarbons, where the white balls are hydrogen and the black balls are carbon. Which petroleum gas is usually more like I'm trying to I don't know offhand actually what the average chain length in carbon. Basically, hydrogen or petroleum gas is a hydrocarbon. All hydrocarbons are just like carbons stuck together with hydrogens hanging off of all the open slots on the carbon atoms. And so you can kind of broadly describe a hydrocarbon by, like, the average number of carbon atoms in one molecule, which in the case of gasoline, I want to say is between, like, 10 and 20. The longer someone in chat might know more chemistry than me. I don't know. But the longer the carbon chain, the, like, thicker and less fluid the hydrocarbon gets. So, like, diesel tends to have a higher molecular weight than gasoline, I want to say. Okay, so that probably started sulfur production. Yep, there goes the sulfur production. And now we need water. We also need iron plates. Let's just hook up. Let's before we hook up the water, let's hook up the actual output. Anyway, my point being that that icon for petroleum gas is not literally true, but is fine. You have to be a fairly serious chemistry purist to think that that icon for petroleum gas is like seriously wrong. Hard Dorothy, I don't know if I actually answered your question, but calling it an analog electric circuits is not wrong, but definitely it's more just a matter of like inputs and outputs and logistics. I don't remember where the water line is. There it is. Okay, and then I need iron plates right below this thing, so we can just do this. Yeah, Factorio is definitely a game for people who want to organize things. And I was thinking about this offline, and like a lot of Factorio is a celebration of complexity, which we can demonstrate by looking at the map of the factory. Like, obviously, you don't do this kind of thing unless you appreciate certain types of complexity. It kind of is like a demonstration of how like it's easy to handle certain types of complexity if you remove other types of complexity from the equation. Oh no, Cyber Benny wants me to use trains. Yeah, I'm not use trains. Sorry about that. I don't like them. I mean, I have nothing against trains in real life. I just every time I've used trains in Factorio, I basically stop having fun. So if there certainly are very large and involved train mechanics in Factorio, but we are allowed to play the game however we want. So, and for me, that means not using trains. Let's remove that one. It will never do anything productive. Okay. All right. So just need to connect this up, and then we'll have, not like that. Okay, there we go. All right. So that, once the iron actually gets across, which I think it is connected. Yes, it is connected. Okay. That'll be our sulfuric acid production, which means now we can prepare to make batteries, which is pretty simple as far as it goes. I think battery production can happen over here. I'm also going to need sulfuric acid. I would like to, at some point today, start mining uranium, which that's a huge patch of uranium. I had originally planned to do the uranium mining over here. I could do it over here. The problem with doing it over here is that eventually the factory is going to run into that area. So I think I'm probably still going to do it over here, which is a long walk. But I think what I'll do is I will plan for the uranium mine to be here, and then the power plant will be like in this area. The power plant will be large. Okay, we've started producing sulfuric acid. So that's fine. Anyway, and what, like I was saying, wanted to start mining uranium. Mining uranium is unique in that you need to like feed sulfuric acid directly into the drills, which is unlike every other type of mining. But so that means there's going to be a time when I have to bring a sulfuric acid line from here all the way over to there, which will be quite the procedure. That is an incentive to mine the uranium over here instead, because it's much shorter to bring the sulfuric acid over there. But I probably won't do that. Okay, let's get the batteries produced. Batteries are made in chemical plants still, right? Yes, okay. Let's just throw down the chemical plants. Let's start with the power pole as usual. Now, battery production. Do I want to use an express belt for this? It takes 4 seconds. I don't think I need to use an express belt for this. I might regret that decision a little later, but I seem to recall that most of the time it's easy to produce an excess of batteries. Well, actually, I'm going to actually flip these around, and because it takes 4 seconds, that actually is kind of slow, so where'd my chemical plant? Oh, I need to build more chemical plants. That's not a problem. I'm going to... Hopefully this works. Because now if I have a belt right down the middle like this, and then this will be very tight, and I may wish I didn't do it quite like this. The other thing, I'm gonna run out of pipe to ground attachments pretty quickly. Let's go pick up some more of those. First I'll just send power over there, and we can at least... No, stop that. I'm not sure what is going on with my interface that I keep, like, can't mix fluids. Oh, why is this a water line? What is going on? Can't mix fluids. If I disconnect this one... Okay. Okay, I think that will probably work. Okay, yes. Ugh, yeah, that was weird. That sort of is an artifact of the new interface. It's not a serious one. Oh, really? Is Factorio, like, expensive now? I feel like I bought it a long time ago when it was in earlier access than it is now. I think they might have increased the price since it actually is, like, I mean, it's technically not at, it was $30 one day ago. Okay, well. I don't remember how much I paid for it, to be honest. I will tell you that back here, I'll pull up the tech tree here. Since one of the end game things is to build a rocket silo, which is a structure that you put on the ground. When I bought Factorio, the structure of the rocket silo had no graphics. It was just a blank gray square. It was like, this is end-game content. Almost nobody's going to get it to this point. We don't need art for it. So that sort of tells you how long I've been playing this game. Okay. in any case, oops, I'm getting kind of sloppy. There, that's the sulfuric acid line. I need to go get more pipe to ground pieces. I don't need it immediately, but yeah, one thing I will say about this game is like the developers seem like aggressively competent at software development and also like software project leadership. I mean, they don't like they seem to know what their game is, by which I mean they don't spend a lot of time like on AAA PR because they know that it is a little bit niche, and like you said, Train Game Premium, yeah, it is definitely in the train niche, but like they do like weekly blogs where they just like talk about what they're working on, and they are pretty transparent about the development process. So, and frankly, like I think the fact that they are good software developers shows in the fact that like the software works. If you think that like so like the code for what inserters are doing, what transports are doing, like besides what's just on screen right now, there's the entire factory. Like all this stuff is going on. Like what you're looking at here is happening all over the map, and the game like doesn't catch fire and fall over, which seems like a pretty good management of complexity there. So at least as a non-professional software person, it seems like the coding problem of making this game is daunting, let's just say. Okay. Am I gonna get myself into trouble by what I just did? So if I'm gonna commit a minor sin here, and well, let's just see what the situation is. I don't even know if this thing is carrying. Is this thing carrying? Oh, this is carrying the production, whatever these things are called, productivity modules. Yes. Okay, I need a belt carrying iron and copper down there, which means I'm going to need to pull copper all the way down. Also iron, but iron is mostly there anyway. You know what? I'm going to just start using express belts. They won't be fully efficient at this point, but I will probably be replacing the existing belts with express belts anyway. To there, yes, okay. However, the output will just be on standard. Okay. And here's where things might get a little bit dicey. Oh, no, everything's going to be fine. Because I can do this. Oh, wait, I don't need to do that. I'm still like, since I just got express belts online yesterday, I'm still like treating them as a scarce resource, which eventually they will not be a scarce resource. In fact, let's just check and see. I don't need to pick up any, but they're right over here, so we can. There are currently 1.3 thousand. That's actually the most I've ever had in storage, so that's good. Which is the main reason why I'm still like thinking about whether a given material belt needs to be a fast belt or an express belt. Later on, when they're basically not a scarce resource, I'll just like use express belts for nearly everything just because it doesn't cost anything, but right now there actually is an opportunity cost to using the express belts, so I have to consider it, which I think it's fun to think about opportunity costs. Not everyone might be that way, but oh, we should also have output for this. Also, yeah, this area is not even close to finished, so. Yeah. I think that's correct, yes, okay. So, the way I've arranged the pipes, so the pipes currently take up 2 out of 3 of the spaces in front of a chemical plant, so, which leaves 1 for the inserter. Oops, there we go. No, that, okay. There, now, this part is really gratuitous because batteries only get produced at 1 every 4 seconds, so, and that's assuming, yes, chemical plants have a crafting speed of 1. There's not much reason to have it be anything other than that. That's not what I wanted. There we go. Okay, that will be battery output. We can make a little battery storage here. I don't need a lot, but some. Okay. Now it's time to hook up the rest of the inputs and start actually making batteries. And then we can start making robots. Won't that be exciting? Come on. There we go. Okay. So we want to be able to make, well, that also means we need to make electric engines. That's not hard, but it does have to get done, so. All right, I've kind of set up the skeleton of electric engine production here because I knew I was going to need it eventually, but so we just need to have circuits and engines and lubricant. Okay, so let's just do this like this because these things are slow, right? Yeah, it takes 10 seconds. And we can do this. Okay, so I don't, there used to be, I'm trying to remember, I think there used to be recipes that you need to make at scale that called for electric engines, but I think I like one of the science packs required it. I guess, okay, so since utility science packs now require flying robot frames, and flying robot frames require electric engines, I will eventually need to produce these electric engines at pretty large scale. But anyway, in the meantime, I can produce them at small scale and not really sweat it because it'll be a little bit of time before I'm even thinking about making utility science packs. So now I just need circuits on this line. Once I have circuits on this line, I think I'll probably expand production of electric engines. I think I'm just going to throw a splitter there, and then this needs to be here. Yeah. Okay, so since electric engines take 10 seconds to build, I'm going to triple the number of facilities building them. Can I do this? No. I'm kind of annoyed by the fact that you have to like manually rotate these things when they have liquid inputs. Maybe there's a way around that. I'm not aware of it though, so. It really seems like they should just, when you use the copy function to copy uh, the properties of an assembler, it should copy um, the fluid input direction, but that's mostly just me bellyaching. Oh, there we go. Getting a little loose here. All right, and then I could make this like one long pipeline, but then you couldn't run through it, which I get very annoyed when there's like long barricades that prevent me from running through. I'm okay with short barricades, I just don't want long ones. Okay. Now I'm making some electric engines. Question is, I probably need to automate the production of flying robot frames, don't I? Okay. Something is missing. Wait, this is light oil? What is going on here? Oh, I have not actually. So, there's been a change in the, from the 0.16 to 0.17, where pipes that need fluid now will show the icon for it. Previously, that didn't happen. Pipes, it would only show the icon on the pipe when it actually contained that liquid. So I had persuaded myself that these pipes already had a lubricant connected, which they definitely do not. So I have to go connect them to the lubricant, which I've already forgotten where it is. Looks like it's over here. Okay. That's water. But the lubricant is somewhere around here. There it is. I've perhaps gotten myself into a small amount of trouble by making the green liquid and the blue liquid pretty close to each other, but everything's fine. Okay. There's even the little animation of like the fluid rushing through the pipe. How about that? Okay. But if anyone's interested in getting this game, I mean, I would say that, the primary appeal of it is solving all these problems for yourself. So if you like solving problems in a highly controlled environment, and then appreciating the large amounts of complexity, well, certain amounts of complexity, then it is rewarding in the usual ways that video games are rewarding. Okay, now I should automate the production of flying robot frames. I did like put a cap on this, right? No, I didn't. Please don't fill this chest up. Okay. So, if I had not done that, then this thing would have tried to pick up all these electric engines until this chest was full of electric engines, which is way more than I ever need to keep in storage. Okay, let's make electric robot frames, or flying robot frames, over here with the batteries. I'm still trying to conserve this space to use for, what am I talking about? speed modules, and then later also processing units will also be made over here. Okay. Let's go automate the production of flying robot frames. So these require steel, circuits, engines, and batteries. And are they just made in assemblers? It doesn't even say. That's unusual. If I place an assembler, can I? Okay, that's weird. So, if you look at electric engine unit, like, oh, so that thing says made in assembly machines and assemblers, more properly. So it says made in assemblers and made in assembler 3 because since it requires a fluid, the player cannot make it themselves. Whereas flying robot frame, the player can actually make it, so it doesn't have that verbiage. Like, the player can make advanced circuits themselves. The player cannot make processing units because processing units require sulfuric acid, which is a fluid. Okay, I have deciphered the interface. All right, this is fine. How long does it take? It takes 20 seconds. On the other hand, until I'm trying to make the utility science packs, I don't need a huge number of flying robot frames. I just need, like, some. And this is straight up 4 inputs, yeah, so. This might be the first thing I've made that requires 4 inputs. Well, yes, I'm pretty sure that's true. Isn't that exciting? Okay, so I'm really definitely doing the easy part first here of setting up the final belts and inserters. There's going to be getting all the inputs over here is going to be interesting. Okay. All right, now, so it takes, because it takes 20 seconds to make one, like, I have no particular incentive to put, like, some of these things on the inner belt and some of them on the outer belt. It really does not matter. So I'm going to do the easiest thing here, which is just put batteries right. Oh, I am out of fast belts. Quickly finish this one thing. Okay, there. Now batteries will just go there. Easy. Now I'll go, I need to get a bunch more fast belts, and everything else that I need is being made over here anyway, so. All right. That should be enough for a while. And actually, I'm at capacity on express belts. Raw, so it only took like an hour and a half. In fact, since that's, we can look at gear consumption over the last hour. It will tell a story. Yes. Can you see on this graph where express belt production maxed out? It's right here. So yeah, so that's how that works. And so since I just pulled a bunch of fast belts out of storage and it had to increase production again, then gear consumption went back up. So definitely, like, transport belts, which are constantly being used because it's like the main circulatory system of the factory. Like because I'm using them a lot, but I pull them out of storage like in discrete chunks. Definitely gear production and consumption is sort of driven by transport belt uh, production and consumption. Anyway, I like graphs, so all right. Now I think, yeah. Let's see if I can. All right, I'm gonna do a little test. Okay, so let's just see if this makes any sense. So I want two belts that are both above this one. I'm just gonna like lay this down as a guide. This is, I don't know if I like this system, but it might help me a little bit. Okay, so I want this here, and it's gonna do this. And then we just do this. And that'll be that, and then the other one will be what? Steel and engines. Okay. Steel is here. So, oh, this is gonna get ugly. Okay. I can do this. Here's how this is gonna look. Okay. Who's ready to solve an interesting problem? Okay, here I'm gonna do this. This is gonna go here. Then it's gonna go here. Can I do this? Yes. And now, importantly, I can take steel past all of this nonsense. Okay. So now we have steel going there. And then we need to get electric engines up there, which is not that challenging. Let's just do this out of habit. I may or may not need electric engines for anything else. I'm going to just slap it down over here. I'm going to give the advanced circuits plenty of space because I might need. Let's do it like that. So, yeah, this will probably work. Oh boy. Check this out. There. So this illustrates a common problem that I've observed. I don't know about a problem, a phenomenon. Let's just call it a phenomenon that I've observed, particularly among engineering problems. And this is like engineering, where you solve the problem by thinking about it really hard for a short amount of time, and then once the problem's solved, you do your damnedest to never think about the problem ever again. Which, the fact that this happens is not a problem. It just is something that I've observed. And so you think about something like something complicated that requires engineering in real life, like, I don't know. I tend to think about it in the context of like networking protocols or like wireless internet stuff where like what's going on is clearly very complicated. Do the engineers, and somewhere along the line some engineers solved the problem. those engineers think about the intricacies of how they solve those problems like on a daily basis? Well, if they're trying to solve new problems, they are, but otherwise, like they probably solve the problem and then the problem's solved, so you don't have to think about it anymore. Until there's like a problem, until like the problem changes in some way, or you know, in any case, human brains are good at solving problems, but also like if it's a problem you don't have to think about on a regular basis, you won't think about it on a regular basis. So that can lead to interesting things, which means that like if some time passes and then you have to think about the solution that you made, or if somebody else has to try to understand the solution that you made, it might be almost tantamount to solving the problem all over again. Certainly this comes up with software engineers who have to like look at somebody else's code, and like the problem of looking at someone else's code is so horrible that most of the time they would rather just write their own solution again. And all of that is demonstrated in microcosm in the awful mess of belts that I made over here. This is not an elegant solution. But this does demonstrate why I leave little gaps in the transport belts, just so you can see, as long as there are resources flowing, you can see what's what. Okay. Looks like we're going to be steel limited pretty soon. That's not a huge problem, but it's just something to be aware of. Okay. So now I've started producing flying robot frames, which means we want to make some construction robots, and we also need to make a roboport, which I can just do that. I don't think there's any world where I need to automate the production of roboports. Like, it takes 5 seconds and takes a lot of resources, but I don't think I'm going to need a lot of them. Okay, let's just take our 6 robots. I would like more robots than that, so I'm trying to think. I'm also going to need to make some passive provider chests. I will caveat, I barely know how to use robots. So, Mastazah said that's why this game needs to allow for documentation. Well, one thing this game does allow for is blueprints, which you're going to see in a matter of minutes, which might be like the sort of documentation that you're talking about. I'm going to need a couple of passive provider chests. Anyway, like I was saying, I have done this robot operation before. I'm not going to claim that I'm good at it. Can I get like 20 robots? Is that possible? But as you can see, building a robot frame is very slow. Whereas construction robots take half a second. Look at them go. Okay, now I have 20 robot frames. Uh-oh. Stop that. I think I can... There. Alright, so I think I can go do this. We'll find out if this will work or not. This is something I have not done very many times. As you can see, yeah, steel production is bottlenecked. I'll have to resolve that later. Let's do the following. I'm going to do this. So I want to copy this entire operation here. Before I do that, I want to replace the inputs with express belts. Since I think I'm going to need that eventually. I can, if little pieces of it still have fast transport belts, I don't need to have express belts on the output. Well, do I care about that? Yeah, I'm going to replace all this with express transport belts. It won't do anything right now, but it will make things a little bit easier in the future. And it's pretty easy to do this. This just involves a little bit of running. Because I don't want to copy this with the fast transport belts. Oops. I basically want to have when I'm copying this, I want it to be able to use only one type of belt because that'll just make things a lot more convenient. Okay, that's done. So now the next step is to make a blueprint of this whole thing. New blueprint. And this goes like, this will just go in here. Wait, can I just like, oh, okay, fine. So here's a blueprint, and then so selecting the blueprint from your inventory just gives you a box selector, so I can just go like this, and it'll select all of that stuff. And now I have, did it go? There we go, okay. I can edit the label, this will be advanced circuit 0.1. So this is not like the final advanced circuit facility because I haven't replaced the assembler machines with assembly machine 3, but in any case. So there will be a later blueprint that is like better than this one. But if we create the blueprint, whoa, and now I have it. I can just like throw it down. I would like for it to line up, but that's not crucial. Let's actually move this down a little bit, just to give me more space. Like that. Okay, so now we have, screw it, let's make 2. Oh, yeah, rock. So, okay. Yeah, this looks good. Now, to actually have this get done, we can. So I could like go through and fill in the things myself, but that's boring. Like I could do that from memory if I wanted to. Where's the RoboPort? Okay, so the RoboPort has a very large radius, which is good. So we're gonna put the RoboPort right there. Actually, can I put the RoboPort south of all this? Yeah, I can do this. I can put the RoboPort like here. Oh, right, fine. You still can't place structures farther than you can reach. That's fine. Okay, so here's the RoboPort. Now the RoboPort needs power. And now we throw the robots into the RoboPort. Where are they? Here are robots. Where did they go? There they are. There's the construction robots. Whee! Okay. And now we put in a logistic chest, which I built here. Actually, let's put it closer to where the construction is going to be happening. This might work, I don't know. Oh, these have to be in range of the logistic network. So the orange square is like logistics, and the green square is the range of construction robots. It's a little funky, but that's how it goes. So this is approximately central to all the construction that's going to be happening. And now that logistic chest, this is actually a passive provider chest, but whatever. Just holds things that robots can use to build stuff. And now and I think that should be a lot. So there they go. So the robots are just pulling stuff out of here and flying around and placing stuff. So this takes time. And I might run out of some materials. So that used up a lot of stuff. Like that used up almost all of my electric poles. I certainly put in more than I needed to for some of these things. So the robots require power, so they occasionally have to like fly back to the roboport to recharge. Hello, Charles. Okay, so while this is going on, I can go do other stuff. So one thing that I will have to do is like connect all the inputs to these things. So I will have to do that. But first, I'm going to go pick up more materials because I might actually run out of power poles, most notably. And see on the map, you can see the blinking yellow. I think just means like the template for something exists, but it hasn't been built yet. Probably. I think that's what that means. Okay, and when we come back, hopefully, most of it will be done. We will find out. Man, I really need an inventory expansion upgrade. And we need power poles were the one thing that we definitely were running. Oh dear. Okay, I really need to do something about my inventory because this is not acceptable. I'm carrying things like wood. That's poor. And batteries. Oh, jeez. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go down here. And over near the resupply section, I already have a chest that I'm using for this purpose, which is just like to hold on to things that I don't want to just outright destroy, but I don't want them in my inventory. So, like that, I don't need these batteries. The wood, coal, stones. That's a lot of iron sticks. I'm not sure why I'm holding that many iron sticks. Normal inserters I almost never use. Okay, so this is cleared up some space in my inventory. All right. I think I probably have enough materials to go finish. I should have picked up more assembly machines also, but let's figure out if we need them or not first. All right. Robots are still going. Yay, robots. Okay. So let's start feeding the inputs here. The copper is probably going to be the easiest thing. Let's just do that first because we just need to feed copper into here. I'm using express materials for this just because like I'm going to be wanting that anyway. I have to compromise here eventually. There we go. Okay, so now the copper lines are attached. And then I need normal circuits and plastic, which the plastic's a little bit easier because it's right here. And this is going to look like this. How are the robots doing? So eventually the robots should report if they are out of a specific item, which might be let's just give them some more fast or express belts and a few more power poles. I'm hoping they don't run out of power poles, but they may. Okay, what was I doing? Okay, so plastic is good there. And now I just need to bring it down here. Did I actually connect it there? No, I didn't. There we go. Okay. And then, so I will straight up say once all this is done, we're going to be out of copper and circuits. So I'm going to have to probably basically do the same thing for circuits and for copper production. But the other thing that I should probably, okay, well let's finish what we're doing here. So, oh, this is going to get bad. so here's the circuit line over here. I need it to go over here. There's the stone quarrying over here. So this stone quarrying is going into over here, but this is not being used very much. So all I'm going to do here is remove these drills. This is fine. Yeah. If I ever need to quarry this, I can like rearrange all the drills so that it doesn't get in the way of the belts. But in the meantime, the circuits are more important. So is the copper line broken? Yes, it is. Okay. There. I unbroke the copper line. And circuits want to be right here. And we can just do this. And then that, which is not the best, but that's okay. You have a little reporter here thing saying that, oh, are we actually out of fast inserters? I also might have, okay. Are they actually out, or have they just not done it yet? Oh, I think I didn't give them any express inserters. Let's do that and give some more of those. Okay, so that should probably take care of that. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, so now this thing just says a count of objects that are missing construction robots. That doesn't mean that just means it hasn't happened yet, basically. And you can see the numbers just going down as the robots do their stuff. Okay. All right, circuits are almost ready here. There they go. And then I have to do the same thing down here. Looks like plastic also is not quite done. That'll do that. And then, oops, that's a little ambitious. There we go. So this needs to be here, I think. Yeah. Okay, I think that's it, almost. Oh, not. Oh no. Something wrong has happened. Something's gone wrong. So we still have express splitters. Are we really just out of? Yes, we are. Okay, there. Okay, so we didn't quite have enough express transport belts, but the robots are taking care of it. And now these little backlogs that were happening are solved. Yay, okay. All right, so that was much more fun than actually having to build that all by hand. So that's why we use the robots. Now, let's break this line here and then replace at least the start of it with express belts. I've said previously, I'm probably going to do most of the express belt replacement off camera, just like, because it's boring. And I might look up a more automated way to do it, because that would be nice to have. But where do I want all this stuff to join up? Actually, I could probably have it all join up pretty early on in the process. Like, let's just do this. Let's do it like this. Yeah, let's just have this go like this. And now we will have the output from here, turn a corner here, and like this. And then we can daisy chain this down like this. I can put this anywhere I really want to. This is fine. Over one, thank you. Okay. So now that all that is in line, I'm guessing we're going to run out of circuits real fast. So if you look at the last 10 minutes, we can see that advanced circuit production fell off a cliff for some reason, probably because I was messing with the plastic input, and then went up much higher. So it previously had been pretty much locked at 180 per minute, I guess. Yeah, for a long time, very, very long time, like over 2 hours. And then it spiked, and now it's probably going to level off at some point, which will be mediated by probably circuits or plastic, I'm guessing. Or maybe just copper plates, I don't know. But anyway, so now I'm producing more than I'm consuming, which is good. It means, I mean, the consumption will probably rise. I need to go pick up a lot of things. I may or may not need more furnaces. I definitely need more assembly machines if I need to expand circuit production. And I need a lot of stuff. So I'm going to go for a walk, and we can go look at the consequences of what we just did. Maybe set up speed modules. Might set up speed modules if it makes sense to do so. Because speed modules would let us make assembly machine 3, which would be nice to have. Okay, so I need a lot of these. Let's just do like 3. And If I'm making circuits, I might need more stack. I have a lot of stack inserters. I think I'm probably okay there. And some more of all this. Of course, I need more of these. Oh boy, my inventory's full again. I don't think I'm going to actually retire some of my stacks of fast transport belts. So let's just go ahead and do this. Feed them into a place where they will eventually be used. Okay, and definitely need more power poles, but I actually have space for it now, so that's good. And gonna need more of these. Should I make more robots? I mean, the answer is yes, but can I? Yeah, I can. So now, previously, a long time ago, productivity module production was throttled really badly by advanced circuit production because you could there were barely any advanced circuits coming down here at the tail end of the drip line. But now we have a great excess, so that's great. Speaking of which, let's start making speed modules, which will look a lot like this, but be doing something different. Okay, I'm just gonna do it like this. This is sure, why not? Wait a minute. No. I think I do want this to be express transport belts. I may not need that ultimately, but and arguably I could have robots be doing this, but this is all simple enough that not like that. So robots are good for making exact copies of things you've already done. If you ever need to do something that's like a little bit different, then it gets a little bit funky. Sure. Shabadoo's here. Is nuclear on the table? Probably not for today, but I'm definitely one of my long-term goals is to build a big honkin' nuclear plant. And maybe probably once I get all this circuit nonsense settled, then I'm gonna go start mining nuclear or uranium. Oh, Covarex. I don't know if they've changed. In 0.16, the Covarex process was not very complicated. I mean, it took a little bit of doing, but ultimately it wasn't that. I didn't find it to be that sophisticated, or at least it didn't justify it. Certainly, a lot of sophistication was possible, but didn't seem to be necessary. But yeah, Covarex enrichment. I'm gonna just say Covarex enrichment will probably be happening next weekend, Shabadoo. But definitely thanks for your interest, and I'm glad to see that somebody else is thinking about me along those lines. So assembly machine 3 just requires assembly machine 2 and speed modules. So I'm going to have this be pretty basic stuff. Since they go really fast, I'm just gonna have this feed in like this. And this gonna, how bad is this? This is not great. Ick. I hate this. Let's use a long hand. This is really silly. Here's Here is the solution. Okay. Nope. Like this. Output goes there. Let's make a lot of these. And then like this. Okay. All right. Now we can put a splitter there. Is that, how bad is that? That's not terrible. There. I did it. We are actually making assembly machine 3 now. Okay. Isn't that great? All right. That's nice to have. I don't actually need that for circuit production because the thing about the different, you know, so assembly machine 3 is definitely faster than assembly machine 2. The thing about circuits is all the components of electronic circuits only take half a second to make. So if you need a lot of electronic circuits, the difference between having machine 2 versus, you know, assembler 2 versus assembly 3 is pretty marginal. You just usually want to throw a lot of assembly machine 2 at the problem. So, all right, let's go do that. But it's good to have this production online because assembly machine 3 is better when you have parts that where an individual part takes a long time to manufacture. Which there are a lot of those, just that normal circuits are not one of them. So, oh right, I was gonna go pick up more furnaces. I think I'm probably good on inserters. I may run out of some flavor of transport belts. But I think I will need a few more furnaces for what I want to do. And now my inventory is full. Okay. The other thing I'm going to do is... God, my inventory situation is really dire. I think I can probably get rid of some of these stone bricks. You. Eat these bricks. Oh, also I'm out of steel. Isn't that entertaining? But now I have space for a blueprint book. And now I can just put this blueprint book in I should be able to how do I if I do this, nope, that didn't work. There, I did it. Okay. Now, hello, squirrel token. We are wrestling with an interface, but that's okay. Since I'm gonna very shortly, I'm gonna have multiple blueprints, and I want them all to be stored in the blueprint book. Okay. So what I'm going to do is go make a blueprint out of my iron production facility, which currently is not like ideal because it's a little bit weird. Okay. So, okay, I can in fact fit the entire facility on screen. That's good. Kaz says going from hours of advanced manufacturing robotics to trying to figure out how to put a sheet in a book is a very mechanical engineering thing. Yes, I definitely understand. Oh, new upgrade planner. I think this is new. These didn't exist in 0.16. Those are probably used for upgrading stuff, but I'll explore that later. So I want to blueprint this and call it. And so this has a problem, which is that like it has this thing right here, which should not exist in the generic version. but I'll just use this for now and fix that little thing later. Um, let's call this smelting V1. Sure. Save that. Put it in the book. There. Because what I'm probably going to do is build a copper smelting facility very similar to this one. Okay. All right. There's going to be a lot of walking around as I head over to. So currently, I'm guessing that copper production is like we are using copper as fast as we're making it. Is this even? Yeah, okay. So even like this one that's closest to the bottlenecked thing is not. Which we can check this. Like we go to copper. Yeah. So we are basically pinned on copper plate production. We cannot make it any faster. Consumption is up and down, but I'm guessing that instantaneously, yeah, like, well, I mean, the real demonstrator of this is that there is no backlog. Like, it's just moving through the output as fast as it can go. And so what that means is that we are we are also circuit limited. I mean, it's the exact same story. So we need to expand circuit production. So we can expand circuit production over into this area. I'm going to do a couple of things. I'm going to convert this whole facility to using express belts, which will make it a little bit cleaner and just also working faster. And then once I've expanded this facility and converted it to express belts, I will build another one using the robots. And actually, let's actually make the build the copper smelting facility first, because I just demonstrated that we are copper. Well, not we are very slightly copper limited. Which, if you look over here, this is like you can see that like the furthermost most distal circuit assembler is occasionally making circuits. So if I fed it a little bit more copper into this system, like it would make it so that we would be making a few more circuits, but that's not really how I want to handle things. Okay, so I need to make a lot of space here. I'm going to start mining out this area here, but I need to get rid of these rocks first. Which, are they going to go into my inventory? Do I have space for rocks? Oh no. Okay, this is very temporary, but I'm just going to make a little chest here and put the copper and stone. Actually, I have a better plan. What we are going to do is put a provider chest here. Build a roboport. I hope I have the materials. Yes, okay, I do have the materials to build a roboport. And just start putting things in here that this facility is going to need. All right, thanks for joining Hard, Dorothy. That's a good start, and now we have inventory space for rocks. Okay, and the location of the roboport is not super important. I think I'll put it like here. That's fine. That's still in range. Nope, it's not. Crud. Let's try this again. That's most of what we need. That and power poles. Yeah, okay. Anyway, now we need to make space. Because if we open up so this is smelting view 1. So you can rotate blueprints. You can just like flip them around like this. And so I'm going to want this to be approximately here. And there are definitely trees in the way. Also, okay, this thing is a little bit longer than the Roboport range. That's kind of tragic. Oh well. But in any case, it does tell me that I do need to build more, or blow up some more trees. And I'm going to get rid of this rock just for good measure. Okay. Oh, I've somehow that like takes the okay. Like if I didn't make it already clear, I'm a little bit new to all of the blueprint and robot stuff. So can't robots cut down trees? I don't know. I mean maybe they can, but like the blueprint freaks out. You can't throw down the blueprint. Like here, I'll show you. Bonk, trees in the way. Oh no. So yeah, so maybe you can tell robots to cut down trees, but I kind of want to fix the this thing here. This should just not be here. Okay. Also, I'm going to reverse the order of reverse the direction of the that. Hello. How do I? Of the transport belts, because the ore will be going the opposite direction. Swirl token says need a tree cutter robot. Maybe such exists. There definitely are facts about this game that I don't know. I allow that is possible and inevitable. So when you're like modifying templates like this, you get the little ghost icon. So I don't know if you can see that on the screen, but that if it wasn't obvious what that thing is, that is a ghost. So they straight up use the Pac-Man ghost to for things that for plans that aren't actually in effect yet. Okay, so now the Roboport has power but no robots. The little flashing battery thing is like, I'm gonna go steal the robots unless I can build more. No, okay. I'm gonna go pull the robots out of the other Roboport. Oh, if I wanted to, I could like try to connect the robots with a string of Roboports. I don't really have the materials for that right now. So probably while I'm having the robots build that, I might go get the materials to build more robots and maybe just build more Roboports so that if you have Roboports that are close enough together, they can share robots. But they have to be fairly close together. I think they have to be within each other's within range of the orange range on the Roboport, which is the logistic range. So connecting these two Roboports would probably require like maybe around 10 Roboports, which I can build 10 Roboports, but I need to go pick up a lot of like steel and gears and stuff like that. So that is a good thing to do while the robots are making... actually, the other thing to do while the robots are building this thing is setting up the copper mining area. So there go the robots. So need to clear out these rocks. Drills can't mine rocks. They can mine stone, but not rocks. You can discuss what that actually means if you have way too much time on your hands. All right. Okay, so in a perfect world, I'll just have at least some of the copper mining just be a belt running straight up. So let's just go ahead and do that because um okay, so this will just be like this. There. All right. So this will be the start of the copper extraction process. Set up manufactured robot ports and then use Mastazaw's sentence kind of cut off there, but uh, automate robot port production. Maybe I should do that. There's a strong argument for yeah. Yeah, there's a world where you automate roboport production with robots. The main problem, like you can do that in this game. The problem is that like logistic robots, which are robots that carry materials to assembly machines, um, are way slower than using transport belts. Like it is possible and allowed. It just isn't anything like that you can call efficient. Um, that drill is a little superfluous, but it's fine. Okay. All right. Not there. Yeah, that's okay. And actually, let's just do this. This is a little hideous, but it's fine. Like, this is very ugly. Like, I should never do this, but, like, it's just for the one drill, so. We tolerate minor sins. Oops, that's pointing the wrong way. Well, yeah, sure. Let's turn this around. Whoop, that. Yep. There we go. All right. How are we doing? Okay, once I get this belt all built out, we will go check on the smelter assembly. Ah, good, Mastazal. You're coming up with plans for how you would play Factorio. That's important because it's certainly Factorio is an open-ended game, and you can play open-ended games however you want. So I'm glad you're. Oh no, yeah, Mastazal is restricted to a tablet keyboard at the moment. So best of luck to them on resolving their computer problems. This should almost reach. That's good enough. And then we want power like there. There we go. Yeah. Okay, so that's good, like, initial copper mining. That's not capacity but in any way, but it's something. These things need power. There, now they have power. Robots are still going. I haven't received any notifications that we're missing anything. We probably are missing the end of... Oh, okay. So this is actually only a tiny bit longer than the Roboport range. So that's not the worst. I can just finish this myself. And certainly these furnaces won't actually see a lot of use for some time, but I do want it finished for when they do. Oh. I think, yeah, okay, the splitter's in the right place. Okay. Shabadoo notes a while back when I was deep into this before 1.7, which he means 0.17, but never mind. Played on a 4-player multiplayer map. There was some amount of strife due to differing design priorities. Yeah, I can imagine. If you're playing this with other people, you have to make sure that like you all at least communicate very well as far as what you want to be doing in the game. Otherwise, how to lose friends and build factories. Okay, I'm going to, so I could feed this copper line straight into the other one. The problem is that this one is running close to capacity. Like, if you look over here, like, it's usually covered with copper plates. So what I really should do is just build another line. I might replace this old facility with, yes, modular block designs for a factory that can be built by robots. It's important to have ambitions. Is this worth like picking up? I probably should just leave it. Because yeah, the construction range here is such that I can build like an entire other copper smelting facility, and I probably will eventually. It's just like, so I'll just leave this here. I'm gonna pull out the robots for now, since I might need them. Okay. Oh yeah, I was gonna go get the materials to build a bunch more roboports. Yeah, sure. I think what I'll do is take this copper line up to a place where it can be used. Okay. And then on my way up there, I'll also go grab more. Okay, sure. Oh. This is unusual. Okay, so this is the primary copper line, so actually I don't need to turn the corner here. I'm not sure why I even bothered to turn the corner there. So if I pull a copper line over here, I'll sort of be creating this little box right here where I can't really build a lot, but maybe that's fine. I think, in fact, that is fine. Inventory is doing fine. Mars 1986. I don't know if that's a video game or a what, but tell me about Mars 1986, Squirrel Token. We've got time. Weird dystopian vibes. It is decidedly inhuman, I will admit that. Oh. There's some coal lying on the ground. And a coal line that is left over. This coal line goes nowhere, and I think I have the inventory space to clean it up, so let's do that. Oh, okay. Now my inventory is definitely crapped up with coal and stone, but that is not new. certainly if you're thinking about like sources of scarcity in this game, and I do often think about games and other things in terms of where the sources of scarcity, like the most scarce thing is um, your own self. So in worlds where labor creates value and you only have one laborer, uh, oh, something related to 6 feet under. Interesting. Um, so we can increase copper input like this. Was that necessary? I don't know, but I do enjoy doing things like that. Okay, let's just replace all this stuff. So now, I don't want to get too hung up on this, but okay, while that's happening, I'm going to go pick up more of everything and then come back here, expand circuit production. I'll probably, I don't know how long I'm going to go today. I might go for another hour is a good goal. I'm going to eventually, I'm getting kind of hungry. I could probably eat lunch, even though it's only like 9:45. I might eat brunch. That's a thing that people do. I ate breakfast about 3 hours ago. And playing Factorio and talking is pretty hungry work. So I think probably if I go for another hour, I think I can probably in an hour if I set the goal of expanding circuit production, uh, and then in an automated way, and then starting to mine uranium. Let's see if I can get those two things done in an hour. I think I definitely can do that. Also, I'm carrying so much coal and stone. Get out of my inventory. Okay. What else am I gonna need? Gears and advanced circuits, so sure. I should probably also increase steel production. That actually won't be very hard, so. So now I'm making some roboports. I've kind of exhausted the steel, so I'm gonna go pick up some other stuff and then come back. All of that. All of this. Man. My inventory is in a very bad condition. Can I manually make these things require sulfuric acid? Dang. I would love to have power armor. So I just named two priorities, expanding circuit production and mining uranium. But I'm already all thirsty to get distracted on doing other stuff because I really want power armor. So power armor gives you an inventory size bonus of 20, which is like 2 more rows here, which I need badly. I'm going to continue to retire the. I should also. So I'm carrying like a bunch of fast underground belts, and I'm going to be using fewer and fewer of those. So let's just. How many can I cram in here? I can cram a lot. Let's just say no. Okay, that frees up some inventory space. I will need more power poles. Okay. Do I need anything else? Furnaces and I'm actually good on assemblers. I have a lot of those. I do need a lot of this though. Let's just do this. Yep, can't do that. That'll free up a tiny bit of space. I can fit like 1 stack of furnaces, which is actually all I really need for steel smelting. Oh, one thing I forgot to do. That's fine. Okay, I'm getting into the like quasi-manic phase of playing Factorio, where like my brain wants to do everything. Oh, I'm carrying an unimaginable amount of copper. I need to find a place to dump that. I can dump it here. This may not ever do anything, but here's a place that can use some copper. Okay, sometime. More robots. Okay. Now, can you make a car? Yes, you can make a car. I don't plan to ever do it. If this is going well in the very late game, I might make a car. You may ask about the car, just because I'm spending a lot of time running around, and that is definitely true. The medium term, actually, just the main solution for walking slowly is that you can build power armor, and then you can build an exoskeleton, which increases your movement speed. One of them increases it by 30%, and they stack. So you can just have lots of exoskeletons, which don't worry about how that works. And and then go real fast by via power armor. Okay, I would kind of like to build more roboports. What's limiting here? It looks like gears. Okay. I will probably, yeah, I do need more passive provider chests, but that's not a problem. Oh no. Advanced circuits. Oh no. Something terrible is happening. I'm going to put some of my pipes in here. Because I will use a lot of pipes later, but not at the moment. Okay. Okay. How many roboports do I have? Like 12? I would like more. Gears. Okay. So this is an extremely ugly thing that I'm doing right now. I hate having to like walk back and forth between chests just to like do this. But in fact, I have a better plan. Okay, what I'm going to do now is throw all of this stuff in here, which I will use. I will pick it up again later, but I'm just going to pick up all of the gears and all of the steel and make a lot of roboports. All of these. Okay. Okay. That's fine. And I can actually do this. Let's triple that. So you can kind of watch the stack inserter, the way it works. So this is faster than an inserter. So an inserter like picks up one thing, swings it over, and drops it, whereas the animation for picking up lots of stuff and dropping all of them all at once takes like one tick. So, all right, I think that's gonna be like almost 30. Yeah, that'll be 30 roboports. I think that is enough roboports. So now I will go pick up all the rest of my stuff, which fits exactly. I may wish I hadn't quite done that. I'm carrying 4 flying robot frames. Can I finish? Okay, that will leave me a tiny amount of space. I don't need these radar stations either. I probably should use them sometime, but okay. Step 1, increase steel production. Because some things are steel limited. All right. Because so So you can see steel. This is the steel production area. We have steel coming in, or iron plates coming in like this. I'm going to do two things. I'm going to first increase the production that's happening here via a fairly crude method. There. That will help. And let's just make this an express belt. So one of the major limiting factors in steel production is that steel takes 16 seconds. In practice, it only takes 8 seconds because all the furnaces have a crafting speed of 2. But I will eventually need more steel than this, so... let's make... this is... So... You make steel by smelting iron, which is not actually how you make steel, but don't worry about it. Can I do that? Okay, so there are some rocks in the way and trees and and as usual, I don't have any space in my inventory for stone. How unfortunate. So let's make it. Actually, I have a better plan. Okay, this is fine. If we throw down a roboport, like here, I want it like there. And then a chest, I can put into this chest the materials to make the steel production that I want. Okay. I need a little more than that. Yeah, like that. And a few splitters. Okay, now I have inventory space to clear out these rocks. All right. Oh, I'm just now seeing Mastazal's good joke about how to lose friends and build factories. Sounds like a memoir of the 19th century robber baron. Yes, that at least seems to be pretty much accurate. Okay, I think that'll probably work. Yeah, okay, so now the rocks are out of the way. I'm going to put this like here, which is a little bit out of line with the other ones, but that's fine. I'm gonna make some corrections, and hopefully this time I will make or remember to actually, can I do this? Yes, okay. This is fine. I'm just gonna turn around the input belt. Okay. Diesel D's is here. Can you hold shift to place a blueprint where there are objects impeding it? Maybe. I've never tried. I will. That is good advice, and I will try it out. Next time I remember. You're probably right. You probably can do that, but I've just never tried. There are a lot of this. The interface to this game is kind of complicated. So, can I now? Can I make a new blueprint from here? No. Have to do it from here. That's okay. If I box select all this, this is now smelter V2. I'm gonna put this away. Hopefully I'll remember to use smelter V2 instead of smelter V1. Oops. Okay, so now I just need to give power here and put in some robots. I don't know if I'm going to put in all the robots. Just give them the 20. Okay, so this will work, I believe. And then I just need to connect this up to the steel pipeline, which, again, maybe I should be doing it all in express belts. Not quite like that. There. There. Okay, I think I still have enough materials that I can go expand circuit production. Oh, I don't. The other thing I have to do is hook up iron input, which this is not quite what I want, but it'll be okay. I did give them some power poles, right? Yeah, they have they have enough power poles. So another thing I could do is try to hook up the logistic network all the way over to circuit production. I don't know if I have enough roboports for that. So I'm not gonna try that just now. I might regret that later, but I will try to connect the logistic network from copper production over to circuit production because those two things will generally stay pretty close to each other. Okay. So, fortunately, current copper production is way over consumption, but that it was by design. Okay, so I have this logistic chest here that has some stuff in it, and this roboport. And so I believe if I take my many yeah, so you have the little yellow line showing the range of the logistic network, which is not super long. That's why I built a lot of roboports. So I think I'm gonna. Does this make sense? This sort of makes sense. Yes, good. I'm gonna need to supply power to these things, but it's gonna be fine. Up. Now I think I should be able to just hold this down and walk. Oh, nope, not like that. It didn't do the power line thing, or do you have to do this? Do it with shift? I don't remember. Anyway, just keep the mouse arrow close to your person. I want this eventually to be like, let's place the one that I actually want and then connect them up later. Okay. In fact, let's do this. This probably won't kill me. How do I feel about this? Yeah, I'll live with it. No, that means it's gonna be in the blueprint. That's horrible. I don't want that. Okay, so let's do it like this. This is not maximally efficient usage of roboports, but I have a lot of roboports, so that's not a huge problem. I'm gonna need one roughly there because I can't fit it all the way around. I can't quite do that. Oh, it can reach there, but that's ugly, so I'm gonna do that like this. And then like this. Yeah, great. Now all these things just need power, but I can handle that. Okay. there might be a world where if I pull up the big map, there will be like construction robots that are flying over here and then building over here, which would take a long, long, long time. But hopefully that won't be happening too much. Now just give power to that one. And this one will be powered locally. This one I will pull down from here. The power grid might get a little bit weird. I'll worry about that later. There. Okay, so now as I expand this, expand circuit production, I will have access to the power that I need to supply that roboport over there. Okay, which I will do now. Okay, so we currently have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Let's go out to like, can I handle 30? We can do some math here. Again, if an express transport belt can move 45 items per second. So the limiting factor here is the output. I don't want to have this facility producing more circuits than can fit on a full express transport belt. So if it can move 45 per second and assembly machine 2 craft at 0.75 and it takes half a second divided by 0.75, so it takes 2/3 of a second to make an electronic circuit. How many assembly machines does it take to make exactly 45 per second? That sounds like 45 divided by, divided by 2/3, which is 45 times 3 over 2. 45 times 3 over 2 is 135 divided by 2, which is almost 70. We have Kookabaludo and some numbers asking in a non-English language. I only speak English, at least fluently. I speak some other languages extremely badly, so I apologize that I cannot speak the non-English language that you are requesting. Unless you count math as a language. I do speak a little bit of math. Anyway, it's possible that, assuming all that math was right, which seems improbable, because like a chain of assembly machine 2 that is 70 long, like if this is 10, it would be like way over here. Actually not quite that long, but it would be like, it would be very, very, very long. And so I'm not going to do that. Also, Covarex enrichment finally finished. I can research nuclear fuel reprocessing. You almost never need to do this. But it is a technology that is available, so. Anyway, I'm not going to make a 70 machine long chain here, but maybe half of that. Let's do 35. Let's see how bad 35 looks. Actually, the other problem here is like setting up the copper for that would get awful. Let's just go with 24. That's a nice even number. We are at 10, which means now we're at 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. Yeah, because given that, actually, okay. I'm just thinking about, let's not get too caught up in that. Anyway, the dream of having 70 of these machines making circuits all in one long line. I don't want to do that. Okay, now, since these things take 3 copper cables, I'm going to go ahead and give them stack inserters. Which means, oops, they can use stack inserters for the input of copper cables, and then I think science might stop for the time being, because I don't need any of this stuff. I don't like, so effect transmission can use upgrade modules and like broadcast it to other things, but I don't like using them. I would prefer to just have a higher throughput of your various modules. So science is actually going to stop for the time being. I mean, I can start on the next thing I want, which is, I don't know, what do I want? Yeah, inserter capacity bonus. That's a cool thing to have. Which means that a lot of, while we're here, so since science is pausing for the time being, let's look at power consumption. Because once research stops, power consumption is going to start dropping. But I want to see what peak is. It's about 75, and of course, right now, if we walk over to advanced circuit production is not super high. I'm guessing. Oh wow, okay, it is backlogged. That's cute. I mean, yes. So advanced circuit production is backlogged. I'm still going to finish the expansion of um, the advanced circuits or normal circuits. Oh no. So I'm short on underground belts. I'll worry about that later. Okay. I'm still going to do this because I will want the expanded uh, circuit production, certainly. But it's nice to know that at the moment I'm not limited on advanced circuits. I will be later once I start building like more advanced technologies. But at the moment, we are. Oops, what's going on there? That's not what I wanted. Okay. And so the next step after this is to upgrade this facility with express belts on the inputs, which means we start like this. So previously, because circuit production uses so many circuits, you have to do this thing where you like cross plumb copper coils over from coil production directly into circuit production. Express belts will make this a little less awful, but you'll still have to do it a little bit. Okay. And I think I want copper coil production to be fully stack inserters, which is not strictly necessary, but sort of avoids some inefficiencies. I think the actual limiting factor on circuit production will be how much copper can come down an express belt. I think that's a better metric for how large one facility should be. Okay, so now this is approximately, I mean, this is not actually maximum capacity because like you can see like that, but there are gaps in the input here. So this is not maximum capacity of copper feed, but certainly I can increase this a little bit. Okay, so now, let's wrap this up. Trying to do too many things at once here, that's fine. Let's figure out just how bad this is. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to do an efficiency test here. I'm even going to do this, which is highly not advised. So this doesn't work because now all of the inserters are trying to all stick their stuff onto the same side. So that's no good. But we can do this and make it a little better here. And then let's make the iron feed. Whoa, that's totally wrong. How did that all happen? Come on. There we go. Yikes, that was a little bit messy. That can come down to there. I'm gonna just replace everything with express belts for now. So the idea here is to now insert splitters to make it so that all of the copper coil producers are actually working. So what eventually happens here is that now we have a pretty full belt in both directions, which means now these two are not working, which means you need to, and of course there is not enough copper coils getting down there. So I need to pick a location to cross-plumb. I think I can cross-plumb every 3. That'll actually be pretty good. So this will be like this. And we have underground iron like that. Okay, so this is a little bit messy, and maybe, let's go ahead and do this. There. So now I believe this is mildly efficient. This is also good because it means you're doing something and alternating every 2 assembly machines. So you either are alternating a splitter doing this operation or that operation, which this might be a little bit overkill, but it does ensure something close to a pretty good efficiency. What are you doing? Oh, no output belt. We can fix this. There. And I'll probably need some splitters over here too. Pretty soon I'm just going to straight run out of splitters, and we're going to have to make a trip back to the main factory to go pick up more splitters. Okay. So this is not necessary now, but it will be necessary later. There. Okay. Because it is a basic tenet of the way this thing works that you need more assemblers making copper coils than you have assemblers making circuits. So I'm down to not very much, and my inventory is full of junk. So it's time to make a run up to the factory to go pick up basic parts. But one thing I can do is supply power to this thing. Okay. And now it's charging up its batteries. So Roboports are special in that they are used to recharge robots, and so that means that uh, they have to act sort of like capacitors, which are a thing you can build. I haven't done it yet, but oh, accumulators. So before nuclear power was available in this game, if you wanted to generate power without burning coal, your only option was solar, which I am definitely a fan of solar power in real life. In Factorio, if you want to have, say, electric furnaces running off of solar power, you need many, 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 many solar panels. So that's kind of prohibitive. Do I even want to be on this side? Is there something on this side I need to pick up? I don't think so. I can build more robots. I mean, that's always popular. Because it's just circuits. I have 50 robots now. Let's see if I can get up to 100 robots. There. Now I'll have 100 robots. Oh, right. No, the reason I was in fact walking up the side for a reason, which is I want to throw all these rocks into a place that will use them. Okay. So that freed up a little bit of inventory space. I'm still carrying more. I made way more roboports than I thought I would need, but I expect I will use them later. Maybe on my way back I will go fix this problem, and also I apparently have a lot of roboports, so I will try to connect up the logistic networks. Okay. More of a solar incentive when monsters exist. That is certainly true, yes. Yeah, when if you don't have access to nuclear power, or if you just don't want to use even, I mean, because nuclear power still pollutes a little bit, then solar power is the cleanest option in any case. Do I need any of this stuff? I think I actually have enough assembly machines. So I am circuit limited down here, as you can see. Like all of the circuits are being used pretty heavily there. I need more splitters. Okay. All right. And then probably like stack inserters. Can I fit some stack inserters? What can I throw away? Not a lot. Let's just. I can also pick up more long-handed. Actually, what I can do here is that. That's crude. Let's head down and try to burn up some of these things that I'm using. So I have an old save file, which I might try to dig up at some point, where I have what I consider to be an extremely large solar array. And this was, I think, before robots existed, so I built it all by hand. Which I'm glad I never have to do that again. So I can't remember exactly what the problem was around here, but but they need some of these. Okay, how many robots do you have? You have plenty. And I'm going to try to get these things on the logistic network now with my vast fortune of roboports. I'm going to labor to keep the in fact, let's take pipes off of the quick bar and just put roboports there. Oh, there's some water there, so I'm gonna have to avoid that. Oh, excellent. There, that works. And now let's just go south. Getting power here will be a little bit harder, but not hugely so. Like that, yeah. And now... Sure. We're really in the middle of nowhere now. And now I should be pretty close to the other logistic network. I feel like I'm going into like ultra mumble node, which for me is I'm already a pretty heavy mumbler. So, whoa, that miraculously is in range. That I wasn't sure that was going to work. We're very close now. I'm going to go across this way, so I don't just have like random roboports sitting in weird places. Because I could put one here, but I might want to put. Anyway, I don't want to. I want to stay up here. Okay, and now we have a very far-flung logistic network. So that's cool. All right. I'm gonna go back and just double check that the steel production is actually working. If you look at the map, it's getting pretty elaborate. Okay, so this is... Actually, I'm not even gonna sweat steel production. Let's just get on with it. Okay. Now... I can't remember exactly what my old hang-up was, or bottleneck specifically is what I'm talking about. With circuit production over here. Oh yeah, it was splitters, but mostly also just coil production. So I need to expand coil production a lot. So I'm gonna go ahead and say we're on the home stretch of expanding copper production, or circuit production here. You know what, screw this. Where's a good place to... Let's just double this. This might not be quite what I want, but... actually, I don't want power poles on both sides. Let's... Can I, like, remove this? Interesting. Try again. What if we... Yeah, let's just exclude the last power pole. I'll build that manually. It's fine. Okay, excellent. Okay. And now, let's see if I can just tack this on the end of there and see how bad that is. This is not terrible. Yeah, this basically does what I want. It's a little bit off of the edge of the RoboPort, but that's okay. I just need to like connect this there, or not like that. And then actually put some stuff in the chest, and then we can do it. And What else? Are there robots on the way? Can I tell? Hmm. I don't. Maybe robots can't move between roboports. I sort of assumed that robots couldn't like move between roboports if they saw that there were things to do, but maybe not. Let's just throw a bunch of robots in there. You probably need some power poles. Yeah, that's the good stuff. So once this goes, we're probably going to be copper limited in a little bit. Maybe while that happens, I can do some things to improve copper logistics. Which is to say, throw a splitter right here and then. Hmm. This is real dumb. I'm going to do it though. Actually, no, I'm going to do this in a less stupid way, which is okay. So the deal here is that a full copper smelting facility actually produces, I want to say, more than 45 iron per second. So the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to have this come down like come up like this. And turn a corner right here. And now, once I get over to the end, so I'll turn a corner right here. Yeah. And we'll have a splitter go like this. There. Now we have something like a full copper input here, which may still get exhausted, which will be an important lesson on how big you can make your circuit production facilities. But, oh, we need, what are the robots doing? I feel like the robots should tell me that they're out of stuff. And we are in range. Why are they not? Are they busy? What are they doing? I can't see what the problem is here. I'm a little bit confused. Unless, is the problem just like that there are coils here? That cannot be the problem. Oh, some robots are having some problems. Oh, they're like trying to recharge over here for some reason. And they're going back over there. Oh, the robots have made some strange decisions. Oh, they're flying up to this logistic chest up here. Oh, we're learning things about robots. So robots will definitely try to I'm not sure what it is that they're pulling out of here. Oh well, I won't worry about it. Maybe if my logistic network was a little bit more sophisticated. Okay. This will all be finished shortly. By all, I mean like this little bit right here. Okay. So maybe we aren't copper limited. Or maybe, well, anyway. Well, this is an important learning operation here. And in fact, don't need to have the splitters here because these will not be cross-plumbed. This is just like extra. Okay. Oops, I made some belts going the wrong way. All right, so this seems to be enough copper coils, although actually we are iron limited. That's fine. I can resolve this relatively easily. Let's finish the cross plumbing though. Okay. This one is hopefully not super necessary. Okay, so currently it looks like we have lots of coils, but that's because we are not producing enough iron to keep up with this. So, oh boy. Okay, this is actually fine. I'm just going to expand iron production in a somewhat ad hoc fashion. But first, let's... What is the max robots that a port can support? Good question. Let's look. So you can fill up all of these stacks with robots, which might be either construction robots or logistic robots. I haven't used them in a long time, but logistic robots are the main differences. So construction robots pick up items from logistic chests and build things on the ground. Logistic robots can carry items like to assemblers and other assemblers and chemical plants and other things that use items. You could theoretically carry like iron ore with a robot into a furnace. I don't recommend doing that, but you can do that. So these are in stacks of 50, and there are 8 stacks, so you can hold 400 robots. The main thing is that like robots recharge by parking at one of these 4 little stations at the roboport. So if you had 400 robots actually all working, there's no way that like they'd all be able to recharge in a reasonable way. In fact, it might help if I just throw down some more roboports here for extra charging stations. I don't know if that's actually necessary, but I currently have excess roboports, so anyway. Blah, blah, blah. What am I doing? Iron. Yes. So I actually need enough iron to feed this thing and another one. Actually, let's tell you what, let's start the robots on producing a second circuit station. And then while they're working on that, I will work on iron production. Okay, this is going to be large. And actually, I should start in this corner over here. Ugh. I'm going to do a bit of this. Oh, also, I should definitely insert a couple more splitters here. I think this is a little bit overkill. Well, actually, it's the same that we have for the coils, so let's go ahead and do that. Jasper's here. Hi, Jasper. Okay, like this splitter probably is totally unnecessary, but I'm just doing this for the sake of completion. Okay. Now then. If we start like here and just start walking. There. Nope. I think Jasper's jealous that Durga's sitting on my lap. I need to convince him that he can go stay on top of the computer, Jasper. You can do it. I know you're a big old cat. There you go. Okay. All right. Okay, that'll be our circuits plus coils blueprint. It may have some problems, but I'm not going to worry about that. So if I slap this down, oh right, and someone asked me to hold shift and see if robots can clear out rocks and stuff like that. So let's do that. Um, like here. Okay. There they go. Yes. So now these robots are holding onto coal and don't know where to go. Or do I need to make a logistic chest to, like, yeah, storage chest. Let's build a storage chest and see if I can convince these robots to drop this coal. There. Okay. They don't need further instructions. They just can dump the coal there. Okay. Now I'm almost certainly going to run out of stuff. Oh, I need to put some iron chests in here. That's fine. I can handle that. Okay, well, they're going to get to work on that. They're going to run out of stuff eventually. I won't worry about that. I'm tempted to just let this thing sit here and build a fresh um, smelting facility here. I think I'm going to do that. It's a little bit lazy of me, but not hugely so. That can go in there and there, and I want just smelter V2. Yes, this is exactly what I want. Let's just put this over here. Wait a minute. I want it like that. Yeah. Okay. Now, a lot of this is not in range of the roboports, so I'm going to need to build more roboports, but that's totally fine. I'm just going to build this like here. Actually, let's get another storage chest like there for stuff. And then what happens if I just start blowing up trees? Okay. That's basically what I wanted. All right. This is all going swimmingly. If I now I want to, oops, that roboport's not powered. But there we go. What is going on here? Why is this? It's connected over there. Why is it not? There it is. Oh, it just didn't have full power yet. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I like how the robots were trying to recharge here, but it's not itself powered, so good luck. I'm going to put a chest here and throw some stuff into it. And oh, I don't have remotely nearly enough furnaces, but I'll put in some. Okay. This is a little bit of okay, so that roboport will cover everything there. I'm gonna build out drills. I guess the other thing I'm going to do... Oh, I have a problem, which is that this is pointed the wrong way, but I can fix that. Although I will run out of fast. There we go. Okay. All right. Well, the robots are working very hard. Durga and Jasper are fighting a little bit. Oh no. Durga, you got covered in, like, stuff. Okay. That's fine. Oh, so the cats are very busy. Okay, I need to go pick up stuff, but the robots are working, so that's good. Wow, as usual, I just need lots of everything. So now all I really need to do is pick up materials to finish what the robots are working on. I'm going to take this opportunity to go check and make sure that steel production... Well, it looks like steel production is doing fine. Let's just check it out. And then once I have iron being mined for the circuits, then circuit production will basically be done for the day. I'm already at... I said I'm going to stop it after about 3.5 hours, but I'm going to keep going to finish this. And again, also I want to get uranium mining online. So... steel production could be higher. Let's check it out. Over the last hour, steel. I'm guessing steel consumption is not super high right now since, yeah. So you can see here, steel consumption is actually declining mostly just because science has stopped. But steel production is at a stable level. It could be higher if it had more iron input, but it's using all the iron that it's given. Eventually, there will be a steel backlog, and then steel production will drop off. But the facility is working. It just needs more iron, but that's okay. Okay, so probably the priority for next stream is going to get processing units, and then basically getting utility science packs online, and then probably also getting ready for a nuclear power plant. Wow, it's so... Even though science has stopped, electricity consumption has not declined very much. Since when we last checked, we were at like 75 megawatts, and we currently have a peak of almost 99 megawatts. Yeah, so the robots are telling me what they're short on. They are mostly short on furnaces and stack inserters. I'm going to get rid of these engines that I'm carrying for some reason. Anything else? Let's ditch these bricks. Red wire may be useful later, but not for a while. And let's just get rid of the rest of the logic stuff and the landfill. Okay. I'm still carrying around the fish in case I almost die. That's a little bit amusing. What are we gonna need? None of this stuff. We need more finished products. So probably a lot of fast inserters, a lot of stack inserters, certainly. All of those. Probably just one stack of those will be good. Yeah. I wonder if I'm actually only short on furnaces and stack inserters. If so, that's very good. But I'm a little skeptical that that really is the only thing. I'm almost out of assembly machine 2, so let's go ahead and increase production of that. So at some point, probably, in fact, maybe on the next stream, I might just throw down roboports so that the entire factory is in the logistic network. And then if I just like replace all these chests with like passive provider, either store some sort of chest that robots can access, then I can just start just having robots do almost everything. But that will be the future. Okay, so over here. Am I carrying enough drills? Probably, but I think I can tolerate carrying one more stack. Okay. I'm actually going to increase that to 4 stacks of storage. And now we can head back down, I think, to where the work is happening. Looks like we are plastic limited for in the advanced circuit facility. That's a problem that's actually pretty easy to fix. So I will resolve that at a later time. Also, like, I don't think we are advanced circuit limited on very much right now. Is this the provider chest? Yeah, I think so. So if I just put some furnaces in here and some stack inserters, that will probably take care of most of this. Durga's now in front of the monitor. The cat's another sign that it might be time to finish up with Factorio is if the cats are getting antsy. What do you think, Durga? Durga, you can't stand in front of the screen. You need to go up here. Yeah, go up there. There you go. All right. Now I could start the iron ore mining right now, but I'm going to actually hook up the output first. So, where's the current iron output? There it is. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and convert at least the terminal part of this to express belts, and we can just like have a splitter right there. Let's just do this because I'm lazy. There. Now, that's iron input right there, so we can... Do I want to... How do I want to play this? Sure, let's do this. There. Now that's going in there. And I want this to come down over here. There are some rocks. This... I might be off by 1. Let's go double check. Nope, we're good. And actually, this is gross. I'm gonna clean this up a little bit. There, that's much less ugly. And now we just need to feed from here to here. Yeah. That's fine. And now we just need to get some ore down here. Wow. So the robots like left trees growing in between here. That's charming. And of course, there's no rule saying they had to clear those trees out. So yeah, it's very natural. Okay. All right. So you could have robots build the drills. It's uh difficult to picture exactly how that would work. I mean, I could do it like this, where I just like build ghosts, but I have them in my inventory. Like, why not just actually build the thing? And there might be some rocks that I have to clear out here, but I might not even have enough drills. That'll be annoying, but I'll probably just build drills until I'm out of drills, and that's fine. Don't need that. Yeah, here are the rocks. Yeah, these are that's all good. Oh no, I have 114 drills. I've once again befuddled myself with the interface. So all right. Okay, now we just have to get a lot of belts connecting these things. Where's the Final Fantasy guy? Whose name I forgot, because playing Factorio makes it so it's very difficult to think about anything other than Factorio. Um, I feel like Huzzah's already mentioned him once, so. Yeah, my brain is like totally out the window. Because I can barely place these belts correctly. We're almost done, folks. Just gotta wrap up some odds and ends here. I kind of want to have a splitter here and that. Yeah. Now Jasper's in the way. Hey, Jasper. I would like it if Jasper didn't bother Durga too much. But he might be in a snarky mood, so that might be happening. Gilgamesh. No, the character designer, the actual person who likes to put belts on things. That's the what I was trying to say, and failing because of my brain. Um, well, this is pretty ugly here, but it works. Hey, Jasper, cut it out. Urgh. Sorry, I'm a. Sometimes when Jasper tries to go, yes, Tetsuya Nomura, thank you, Kaz. Accidental awake check there just to see who all was actually listening to all this nonsense. Anyway, sometimes Jasper tries to groom Durga, which sometimes Durga wants to be groomed and sometimes she doesn't. And if she doesn't, then Jasper gets a little insistent about it. It's probably a bit of a dominance thing happening. it's kind of hard to tell exactly what cat behavior means or doesn't mean. Okay. In any case, Jasper's decided to go do other things with his time, which is good. And in the meantime, oh, do I care about this iron over here? If I don't do it now, I'm never gonna do it, so. I'm gonna go with like maximum space on these. Let's see here. Now then, there's no good way to handle this. Let's go this way. Mastaza offers the good reminder that, whoa, what am I doing? Yeah, Tetsuya Nomura is the belt guy, Yoshitaka Amano is the wispy guy. Jasper's a little bit bored, so he's decided to just run around, but that's normal cat stuff. Which means I should go play with Jasper, but I'm gonna finish doing this first. You may or may not hear Jasper in the background. He's just bored and full of energy, so he wants to. I would play with him, but I'm going to finish this, and then I'll go play with the cat. One of those belts is backwards. Oh no. Kaz might be correct. I hope I didn't. It looks like, oh no, yes, thank you very much, Kaz. I set up some drills, and they will never do anything unless I correct this easy problem. There. Always confirm your work. All right. So now let's check and see how the circuit production is doing. Oh, it's not quite finished over here. The robots didn't quite get there. Now, is that because they're not in range? Yeah, it's because they're not in range. Let's fix that. Yeah, sure. Now this should, yeah, they're just gonna go do it. Oh, this area does not have copper input. Okay. I'm not gonna do this in the most thorough way. I'm gonna do this in kind of a hacky way just because I don't really want to spend time. Also, like, right now, now that I have this production working, I'm not circuit limited. At least I shouldn't be. Okay. So, sure. So that's ugly. Yeah, probably off camera, I'll go through and replace all the copper and iron fast belts with Powerful Paradox says you might want to check those last belts again. I'm going to ask that you be a little more specific because I don't want to go back through and check everything again. Like, I think iron is doing fine. Like, you may hear some sounds of cats in the background. Hey, cats. Like, they're moving here. Like, the iron is definitely moving here, so. Seconding Kaz's hint, yeah. Well, I think all the iron ore and iron plates are doing what they're supposed to be doing. We aren't using nearly as much of the iron as we could be, but that's because a lot of the circuit production is backlogged or bottlenecked in some way or another. Like, circuit production here is starting to backlog. Circuit production over here is backlogged because it doesn't go anywhere. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to improve this a little bit. Can I reach that far? I don't know. Nope. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to take this copper stream and feed it into here. Thanks for keeping up, though, Powerful Paradox. Okay, so now we have some copper input. These circuits aren't going anywhere. I'm tempted to not do anything about that. Oh, I have a problem, which is that... Oh, it copied the chest properties. So I was worried that this chest had no limits set on it, which means it would just fill up with circuits. Cats are getting pretty rowdy in at the moment. That's fine. That's basically one of the major reasons I have two cats, so that they can play with each other. So they're doing it. Healthy cat behavior. All right. So circuits, even like this one, even the circuit facility down here is producing enough circuits to satisfy circuit consumption. Like, if you look at circuit consumption, it can be higher if I go yank a bunch of inserters, but right now it's not. So I guess I will plumb this circuit line. Hey, Hard Dorothy, yeah, you can hear cat. I'll plumb this circuit line in here. It won't do a lot, but at least at least the circuits will go somewhere. And this is not an ideal solution. You eventually want to have like actual express belts carrying the circuits over to the factory. But there we go. So now the circuits are actually going somewhere. And we're sort of copper limited, like insofar as you can see that there are the copper input belts are not saturated. But on the other hand, we are also making way more circuits than we need at the moment. So that's good. So later, whenever we end up being circuit limited again, which will happen, we eventually will be circuit limited again. But all I will really need to do to remedy that is build another like copper smelter and then fix the copper input. And actually, all I really need to do is increase copper production is like build more drills that are feeding into here. Do I want to do that right now? No. I'm definitely running out of gas for Factorio, so I am going to do the thing that I said I was going to do, which is non-trivial but isn't very complicated. So, which is start mining and processing uranium ore. So that means I'm going to need to build a centrifuge. Oh no, concrete. Help. All right. Okay. So concrete production. So if you start mining uranium, it doesn't really matter what you're doing with it. You need to be feeding it into a centrifuge, and so if you don't, there's no point in starting to mine concrete if I'm not gonna actually have centrifuges for it. But centrifuges require concrete. Concrete requires iron ore, stone, brick, and water. So this will be a little bit of extra Factorio. That's okay. This isn't actually that hard. Unless I already set up concrete production. I might have already set up concrete production if I was a genius. I didn't. That's okay. All right, so here's how this is going to work. I'm going to build concrete production over here. It will require some iron ore, which I'm going to be take a mild risk and mine out this iron ore. it's a mild risk because I might eventually want to like have things moving through here. I can probably manage it though. Okay, we're here. Let's just do it. The easiest way to make this not stupid is to have the drills all feed into the line directly. Actually, and the other thing that will help is if I space these out. Well, I can only do so much there. Okay. Yeah, this'll be real interesting, let me tell you. Okay, so if we do this, okay, that'll be the iron ore line. And then I can build a few more over here. Okay, so the thing with concrete is that you don't actually need that much of it, I don't think, because like even utility science packs, they don't use load. Yeah, like very few, like really high throughput stuff requires concrete. You can use concrete for a thing that I've never done in this playthrough before. You can so concrete and stone bricks, but it says the cryptic statement, it can also be used to mine any kind of path. What does that mean? Well, what it means is you can like, sort of like how you can use landfill to fill in water and it becomes solid ground. You can take stone bricks. I can actually demonstrate this. This will be a nice interlude. I'm going to pick up a pile of bricks from over here in brick production and mine any kind of path. Okay, so with my bricks, I can just drop them on the ground and it like replaces the ground with brick path. And it goes under almost everything else. Like it just the ground becomes a different thing. And the incentive to do this is that you run a little bit faster. So yeah, like it says walking speed 130%, 30%, which you can kind of tell. Like here's normal walking speed. And then when you get on the iron brick, you go a little bit faster. So if you have a lot of patience, or I guess if you could probably do this with robots, you can build paths around and then you walk faster. And so stone brick has a walking speed bonus of 130%, concrete 140%, and then there's refined concrete, which is 150%. So if you like industry and you like being able to walk faster, then that's cool. So Kaz says that's something to do when you have a manservant in game with you, I think. Yeah, because I mean, like, without robots or any other sort of automation, like, it takes time to build this path, and so you are saving time walking on it, but, like, you also took time to build it. So, anyway. So that's what you can do with concrete, besides when you, like, feed it into the production of centrifuges and nuclear reactors. Nuclear reactors, you never need to build a lot of nuclear reactors. That's kind of the point of nuclear reactors. But one nuclear reactor is very material intensive. But that'll be be something to handle on another stream. Okay, so this will be concrete production. And concrete requires 2 solid inputs, being stone, bricks, and iron ore, and also water. So there might be some future stream where I like hook up the entire factory to the logistic network and then start building refined concrete and then just tell robots to cover the entire factory in refined concrete. That'll be entertaining whenever that happens. Concrete takes 10 seconds, so since it takes a long time, I'm going to use my fancy new assembly machine 3. Is that even where I want it? Yeah, it probably is, actually. In fact, well, yeah, let's just get on with it. Concrete. Okay, so extend that out there. So it takes 10 seconds. It takes, if it took less than 10 seconds, I would use stack inserters here, but because it takes so long to build one, I think just normal fast inserters will be fine. Okay. All right. So here's where primary storage will be for this. A stack inserter there is very presumptuous, but don't worry about it. Actually, from experience, when you're actually building your nuclear reactors, you need a huge amount of concrete. So I'm going to have storage capacity for this be very large. Get the pipes back in here. We're going to need pipes for moving sulfuric acid around anyway, so. All right. Now just carry this out to the water line, which is somewhere over here approximately. Let's say there. Yeah, this is pretty good. There we go. Okay, so now we just need to get the inputs, which are iron ore and bricks, which, So we can do it like this. And now the water line actually provides a helpful little guide because the belt is actually right above the water pipe. So I have it on good authority that that's where I want that. Okay, so now I just need to like, can I get cute here? I can, hooray. If you hear some clattering in the background, Jasper's bored and wants to get into the closet, which is like the no cat closet. I give my cats fairly free reign of most of my apartment, but like there are some things that I don't want the cats getting into, and that's the no cat closet. Anyway, moving on. I think I'm okay just throwing bricks straight up here. It's let's do these things require? Nah, okay. This is gonna be fine. There's no way this can possibly backfire, famous last words. Yeah. Okay. So now this just needed to go like this. Oh no. I was off by one. Where's Gnome Bitten? This needs to be there. Okay, I think this should get us our concrete production. And I'm carrying iron ore, so let's deal with that. There we go. Okay, how much concrete are we gonna want? I would like to build like 3 or 4 centrifuges if I could. Um, okay, well, let's just let the concrete go for a little while. 75 drills is plenty. I am gonna need a lot of pipes because I'm gonna be carrying the sulfuric acid line a very long distance. So let's go pick up some pipes, and maybe by the time we get back, we'll have something like an appropriate amount of concrete. Definitely gonna need all these pipes, and a few more pipes. Hello, Jasper. Jasper wants to just come talk to me now. Yeah, I know you're bored. You're a big good cat. Are you all done running around the apartment now? You're okay to just sit on my lap for a while? See, the danger with that is if you do that, I might play Factorio for another 4 hours. I'm not actually going to do that. What else am I going to need? I'm going to need some amount of inserters, which I have. Some filter inserters, which I have those too. To actually build these, I'm going to need a lot of steel and advanced circuits and gears. So let's go take care of that. I'm carrying around a bunch of copper plates, which I would rather not be doing. So I'm going to just dump these in here. Okay. Similarly, I'm carrying around a lot of iron plates, which would be useful in certain circumstances, but not right now. Okay. So this again, yeah, gears, steel, advanced circuits, concrete. So let's just pick up a little bit of all that. Drop off these copper coils, which I would like to use, but basically can't. And then steel and advanced circuits. Okay. So actually what I should do is leave some space here. Go pick up as much concrete as I can, because each stack of concrete makes one centrifuge. Yeah, because concrete comes in stacks of 100. I'm gonna be coming back this way anyway, so I need to walk over there, pick up the concrete, and while I'm over there, I can pick up the sulfuric acid line, bring the sulfuric acid line, because the sulfuric acid is currently essentially in the far like northwest corner of the factory, and it needs to go down to the far southeast corner of the factory, which unfortunately I can't make diagonal pipes, just not allowed. Okay, we have lots of concrete now. I think I said we can make like 6 there. Also, I'm carrying some stone that I can throw away. Let's go do that. Here's the sulfuric acid line. There. Anyway, 6 centrifuges for now will be definitely enough. Okay, so we have to plot out where the sulfuric acid is going to go. I'm going to mine out this 4.7 million uranium ore is a gratuitous amount, but it is the biggest patch in the area, so this is the one I'm going to do. Let's have the sulfuric acid line Actually, a not terrible plan is working backwards. So here's the final destination for sulfuric acid. I've already cleared out this area because this is because we have coal being mined here and going up to our power facility here. So if I just drop it down this way and then go across, let's say here to about here, and then this is the backbone uh, of the factory. So yeah, this is not too offensive, and I only have to blow up a moderate amount of trees. Okay, place your bets as to whether I actually have enough pipe to ground attachments, because I'm going to use a lot of them. All right. I don't actually, I already have sulfuric acid there, but that's not like a permanent location. I'm also going to need sulfuric acid to make other things, namely processing units. So I'm going to bring sulfuric acid out towards the middle of the factory. So this is water and lubricant, I think. I'm fine putting sulfuric acid to the right of the lubricant. All right, let's go. Yeah, that's good. Okay, yeah. Can't run through pipes. That's why pipe to ground is extremely important. Like if you didn't have underground belts, things would get ugly, but you could work with it. If you didn't have underground pipes, like it would be horrible. You would have to do something about the fact that you can't run through pipes. Anyway, so now that we're down here, before I forget, it's time to actually make the sauce. But what I actually mean is centrifuge. Okay, and now we're out of advanced circuit. That's fine. I have lots of those. And now we're out of gears and steel. Yeah, okay. There. Now I will have 6 centrifuges, and that is enough centrifuges. Can we just go straight across here? Yes, we can. Splendid. I'm going to double check that they haven't changed the recipe for no, uranium processing is just uranium ore. They don't make you do anything fancy. Okay, so I was a little worried that from the new version would have changed the recipe for uranium ore processing, which I would have a mild losing of my mind if I had to do anything complicated at this point. All right, I'm gonna. Oh hey, made it past that. Okay, now I think it's time to blow up these trees. So you can see, so probably, hey, I've never shown this. There's a pollution map. Let's show the pollution map. Okay. So, so the factory makes a lot of pollution. Industrialization pollutes, kids. If you were ever unclear on that. There's a wind model, which is why like the squares move around. But in any case, so even though aliens are attracted to pollution, by which I mean they don't like it, and when they detect pollution, they come and try to destroy your factory. The other thing that pollution does, which you basically cannot turn off, is it kills trees. So you can see that these trees are starting to die, which 1.7 definitely, or 0.17 definitely changed the like appearance of dying trees, but definitely these trees are dying. I'm kind of surprised they're not more dead. Doesn't change their hit points though. Still takes 2 grenades. How far do I have to go here? Not hugely further, but over to here. Okay, I think that'll do it. Might have missed a couple here. There we go. So that's something we can look forward to once we have nuclear power online, is seeing how much pollution compared to the coal plant a nuclear power plant generates, and seeing how long it takes for an offline coal power facility to stop making pollution. Okay, I think I'm going to just like, I think this will work as far as turning the corner for the sulfuric acid. There we go. Okay. Whoa. Jasper was sitting on my lap, but like resting his head on my hand, and kind of like he stood up, and that like showed my hand around a little bit. That's fine. That's why we love cats. All right. Looks like I'm gonna probably have it. Oh boy. I probably will have enough underground pipes, but it's gonna be close. By which I mean I'll have like less than 30 when I'm all done here. Okay. Also, uranium ore glows in the dark. It's like animated. It's animated very slowly because it's not very dark at the moment, but it does do it. Which is cute. I'm pretty sure that real uranium ore does not glow in the dark, but this game does not always reflect reality. Let's clear these trees out. Okay, how do we want to do this? Let's have the centrifuges just be in a line like this. Centrifuges are kind of like chemical plants in terms of their handling. Okay, so these are just gonna so uranium processing takes 10 uranium ore and takes 12 seconds, so I think that's a job for fast inserters. So we'll just have input here, output here. And we'll deal with the output once it starts happening. And so because you have to be pumping liquid into the drills, so ordinarily a drill just looks like this. Once it's over uranium, it knows that it needs liquid, so it now has the little blue arrows that show where sulfuric acid can go in or out. So yeah, very pure, well, pure uranium metal, first of all, would be stupendously toxic. Like uranium is really toxic. So if you have like actual uranium metal, it's super toxic. I don't know. Like normal, like most uranium 238 is not radioactive, or at least it has a, it's de facto not radioactive. I think it probably has a half life of some billions of years. Um, so I don't think like solid uranium metal would glow, but I'm not up on my nuclear chemistry. So ordinarily I space out the drills, but because these have to have um, like I could do it like this, but then I just have to have a pipe between them, and you still can't run between it. Like I could space them out more. Like I could get more fancy. Like I could do this, make it like this, and then you can do this, and now you can run between them. This is fine. Like there's no lost ore. Like all the ore between these things will get mined, but that uses a ton of pipe to ground attachments. So this is like the one time when I concede to making a structure that you just cannot run through and just have giant walls of drills. And so now I just have to feed sulfuric acid into one end, and it'll pipe all the way through, and and this is uh not the greatest in terms of like transport. People painted on watches. Usually that was tritium, and yeah, anytime you see like old Cold War products from the 50s, or when there were people were like the atomic age, woo. Um, Most of the time that was not pure uranium. Like you might see the like Fiesta ware, which is just like kitchenware that's orange because it has uranium in the paint. That's always a good time. Um, like that's not a lot of uranium. It's just kind of some trace amounts. Like it's the same thing. In terms of paint, like you might think uranium in the paint would be like a lot of uranium. It's really not. Like titanium, like white paint is usually white because of titanium dioxide, but it does not actually contain a significant amount of titanium. It doesn't take much for pigments to work. Let's just bring this all the way. Actually, no, that's too gross. Um, actually, let's just turn this around. Turn the beat around. Let's go this way. Yeah, I think usually these days, if you have like stuff that's glowing on watches or crosshairs or stuff, that I want to say that was usually tritium based paint, but I might be wrong about that. Which tritium is hydrogen 3, so it's a proton with 2 neutrons stuck onto it. Not terribly stable that way. So one challenging thing here is how to power this stuff. Like the only place I can put the power poles is right down the middle here. So I think these all have enough sulfuric acid. Yeah, they have got lots of sulfuric acid. So it's time to start powering the system up. So yeah, that'll work. So the other fun thing with uranium processing is, so the uranium processing process, it's kind of hard to read what this means. Takes 10 units of uranium ore, and 99.3% of the time it just produces U-238. 0.7% of the time it produces U-235, which is a simplification of how it works in real life, but is a reasonably accurate description of the isotope ratio. I think. Again, it's been a little while since I've known a lot of nuclear chemistry off the top of my head, but Here we want to use filter inserters. So because the output is a mix of U235 and U238, this filter inserter will pick up only U235. And then these will only pick up U238. And these chests will fill up way before this one does, but it'll still take a lot of time. By the time, if somehow I do nothing else and all these chests fill up, I will have enough U235. So that's all ready to go. We can just handle this with normal. Actually, can we do this? How far over can we go? Oh, there. I'm doing like several things at once here because I've been playing this game for too long. Okay, so now they're all going. Oh, I haven't actually powered up the filter inserters. There. Did I not tell? Oh, I didn't actually tell these things to start doing it. Yeah, do that. There. So if somehow, if this many drills does not saturate these 6 centrifuges, I'll build more drills right now. But it's going to take a couple of seconds to actually be able to tell. Somehow, for some reason, like most of the uranium processing happens in the centrifuges, which means that they're not just centrifuges, but we can talk about that at a later time. But uranium fuel cells can be made in like assembly machines. Okay, so it looks like we have a saturated centrifuge capacity, so I don't need to build more drills. I could, but it's really not necessary. At a later time, I might do that. If I was very boring, I could hang around until I make the first unit of U235, but it's gonna take a long time. Well, in theory, if Kaz is still around, he can try to do a distribution where the expected time before one unit of U235 is produced, given that I have 6 centrifuges. The centrifuges are producing 1 output every 10 seconds. Hey, there it goes. I did it. There, I've made 1 unit of U235. Hooray. All right. So since I'm here, I can actually show this. So all you have to do is take an assembler, give it like, not that one. Give it like an input chest. Okay, and then an output chest. In and out. Tell it to make uranium fuel cells, which uranium fuel cells specifically are what you put into a nuclear reactor to make power. And you give it some iron plates, and you give it some U238, and there it goes. It has to load up a lot of U238. Okay. This is an excellent place to stop the stream, which is, I've made 1, and it also makes 10 of them. So like 1 unit of raw U235 can make 10 uranium fuel cells. So that's how that works. And we have lots of uranium mining. Again, the world setup options that I picked for this map, I wanted to keep the game relatively easy because I knew I was giving myself the extra challenge of talking. So I made uranium pretty rich. Like, I'm guessing that, well, I don't know. if you need one one unit of U-235 to make 10 fuel cells, and I should just stop because I've been going for like 4.5 hours. Anyway, I'm very tempted to sit here and do math about how much raw uranium ore it would take to make like a usable amount of U-235, but that can happen at a later time. I'm probably gonna do some stuff off stream. There's a bunch of belts in here that need to be converted to express belts, but that definitely I don't want to like make y'all watch. I think what I might also do is cover the whole factory in the logistic network so that we can have robots picking up stuff straight out of the factory. Um, but yeah, replacing a bunch of fast belts with express belts is super boring to watch, and so I won't do that on stream. But this was very productive. Probably next time, I will be, among other things, trying to start building the materials for a nuclear power plant. I probably won't actually build the nuclear power plant. That'll probably be a standalone stream, but maybe next time I can start building the components because I have the technology to build all the components. It's like steam turbines, heat exchangers, heat pipes, and reactors, and then like normal things like tanks and a bunch of pipes. But I'll be doing other things besides that. But next time I'll try to start building the materials for a nuclear reactor. But we definitely got a lot done today. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.